Guys at the back, please settle down. Hello, check. Brinda. Guys, please raise the guest here. Guys, please stand up. Good morning to the distinguished panel, esteemed guests, professors, and friends. It's my proud privilege and pleasure to welcome you all to this prestigious 11th International PRME Conference, where we bring together some of the brightest minds, academicians, industry leaders, policymakers, and stakeholders. On behalf of IILM University, I, Rishabh Pandey, an MBA freshman, welcomes you all to this 11th International PRME Conference on the topic Transformative Vision of NEP 2020 towards Inclusive and Equitable Education. Let us begin the proceedings with the traditional lighting of the lamp. I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Tarana Gautam, Director, School of Management, Professor Nihara Monkar, with all the guests and dignitaries to please come forward for the lighting of the lamp.
हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ, तू स्वर्ग की देवी
Now, I invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Taruna Gautam, our Director, School of Management, Professor Nihar Ramonkar, our Chief Guest, Professor Alok Kumar Rai, our Guest of Honor, Mr. Vijay Gogoi, our Keynote Speaker, Mr. Neeraj Gupta, and the convener of the session, Professor Shamli Satpathy, to please come on the stage as we begin with the proceedings. To start this event, it's my proud privilege to invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Taruna Gautam, on the stage to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you all for the 11th Responsible Management Education on Transforming Vision of New Education Policy 2020 towards equitable and inclusive education, revisiting SDG 4, being held at IILM University, Greater Noida. I take this honor to welcome our esteemed speakers. We welcome our chief guest of the conference, Professor Alok Rai, Vice Chancellor, University of Lucknow. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Our keynote speaker for the conference, Mr. Neeraj Gupta, Associate Director, Security and Resiliency, Kendrill and IBM Group. Our guest of honor for the day, Mr. Vijay Gogoi, Partner and Lead, KPMG India. Thank you. We also have our Vice Chancellor of IILM University, Gurgaon. We welcome you, ma'am. And we have Jagpreet from KPMG, PRME. And we've been organizing this conference for the last 10 years, deliberating upon various SDG goals. This year we decided to revisit SDG 4, more so because there are a lot of transformative changes that are happening in the education policy. SDG 4 is all about quality education and is among the 17 Sustainable Development Goals established by United Nations in 2015. The goal focuses on ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promoting lifelong opportunities. Education liberates the intellect, unlocks the imagination, and is very fundamental to the self-respect. It is the key to prosperity, opening a world of opportunities and making it possible for all of us to contribute for a progressive society. The rapid advancement of technology and the ever-changing global landscape has presented unique challenges and opportunities for the education systems worldwide. There's a new concept after VUCA which is floating all around, BANI, brittle, anxious, non-linear, incomprehensible framework as a response to the volatile and unpredictable nature of contemporary environments, which is further emphasized as one of the needs to approach innovative education. Educational institutions must adapt flexibly to the changing demands and needs of students, teachers, and society as a whole. As an educational institution, we must create an innovative culture that encourages creativity, experimentation, and collaboration. A key element in the innovative development of education is the transition from passive to active learning. Just to give a brief information about this campus, we became a university in 2022 under the Uttar Pradesh Private University Amendment Act. We've been there for last 13 years, and we've been offering programs in management. And recently, since we became a university, we've started programs, both undergrad and postgrad programs, under School of Computer Science, School of Engineering, School of Law, School of Management, and School of Liberal Arts. This conference gives us the opportunity to engage in academia for skill development and lifelong learning. In conclusion, I believe the conference will be a valuable experience for all of us. Once again, we welcome you all to the campus, and thank you for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wise words. Now, I request our director, Professor Nihar Ramonkar, Director of School of Management, IILM University, to please address the gathering.
Good morning. How's everyone? Can I hear good morning? Yes. That's good. That's good. So, there's a quote by Ralph Waldo Emerson, which I really like. It goes something like this. Wise people put trust in their ideas, not in their circumstances. As far as the theme of this conference goes, inclusive and equitable education, I would like to highlight to you our circumstances. I've done this before. 57 million children remain out of school globally. 103 million youth worldwide are illiterate, not uneducated, illiterate, out of which 60% are women. This is our circumstance. But as Mr. Emerson says, we should not worry about our circumstance because we should put trust in our ideas. And this conference is the cradle for such ideas to take shape, to inspire all of us to work towards inclusive and equitable education. When it comes to inclusive and equitable education, I like to always think and ask myself, have we lowered our expectation to an acceptable level of disappointment? Is this circumstance for us an acceptable level of disappointment? Or is this the moment for us to really stand up and take notice while all the advancements in technology and education that are happening around the world, we do have a grave situation at our hands. So what does the PRME principles say? It talks about purpose, it talks about method, research, partnership, dialogue, all of which is going to be evident in the next 2 days during this conference. I would like to quickly talk about what the business school does in order to ensure equitable and inclusive education. One of the things that we leverage for equitable and inclusive education is technology, because technology knows no boundaries. When we embrace metaverse, when we embrace the powers of the internet, we don't look at discrimination. We don't look at the borders regionally or socially. We reach out and we try to reach out to as many people as possible. And I think one thing that the government has done very well is the Swayam platform, through which millions are educated and have access to world-class courses from IIMs and IITs and private universities such as ourselves, which was never possible before unless you were a student at that institution. The second thing that we are doing is embracing the multidisciplinary nature of the NEP, the National Education Policy. Now, what does multidisciplinary education entail? Is it just about picking subjects from different schools? No. It is about being open to different perspectives. It is about being open to other people's views and embracing them. So it is about that inclusivity which unleashes the creativity, because when people from two different skill sets and mindsets come together, that's the time something special can happen. The third thing that we are doing is we are strengthening our partnership with industry. You can see that here on this platform, you have academic leaders, exemplary academic leaders, but also exemplary practitioners. And it is such dialogues that we have on such platforms and beyond that actually helps us understand where do we need to go in order to cater to each other's needs. Because the industry's impact in this world is only going to be defined by the quality of the workforce that the academia brings into it. And that's where we are really working on strengthening partnerships. So when it comes to the principles of PRME, what does purpose mean? I don't know how many of you have been told this in your classroom. Today, purpose is greater than profit. Why are you doing what you're doing is more important than how much you're generating out of it. What does method mean? Method means that today it's not just about leadership, it's about responsible leadership. So we are moving from shareholder capitalism to stakeholder capitalism. What does that mean? It's not just a difference in terms of words, it is a different in terms of intent. So when you say shareholder wealth maximization, which is what we have always been taught in business schools, it's about just thinking about a narrow set community in which we work in, the environment. Everyone becomes an important stakeholder for us. And whatever we do as one person or as an organization is very, very important for us to really understand the impact that we are having in our organization. So you as a student need to stand up and question any practice that goes against the idea of stakeholder capitalism. research, right? We are talking about ESG. ESG is the buzzword nowadays. Environment, social governance, yes? But what are we doing about it? We are partnering with corporations to understand how is it that they are measuring their ESG performance. In the West, if you don't have a positive ESG score, you don't get loans. We are far away from that context in India, but just today I was reading Economic Times wherein somebody from one of the Ivy League universities from the States was saying that we need to measure climate risk as much as, as strongly as we measure financial risk. Dialogue is the fifth principle. So we want to facilitate more dialogues between students, educators, the industry, to collaboratively work out what the solution is going to be. We cannot operate in silos anymore. And lastly, I would like to conclude by saying that don't use this event as just another instance in your MBA journey or in your BBA journey or whatever course or program that you may be a part of. Use this particular event as I said before, a cradle of ideas, to take something away from the distinguished speakers that we have lined up for you today. And I hope that this continued journey of 11 years of PRME that we have been hosting continues to strengthen, but more importantly, has some sort of an effect in terms of how we do our actions in society. With that, I wish you all the best, and thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I request the convener of the session, Professor Shamli Satpathy, to brief us about the conference theme.
A very good morning to everyone. On behalf of IILM University, Greater Noida, I, Dr. Shamli Satpathy, Professor of Organizational Behavior and Human Resource Management, I welcome you all to the 11th Responsible Management Education Conference on Transformative Vision of NEP 2020 towards Inclusive and Equitable Education, Revisiting SDG 4. It is a delight to see you all, and we are honored to have our esteemed delegates with us. In line of the discussion IILM has been having in the context of PRME and SDGs over the years, the agenda for this PRME conference this year covers a wide range of topics linked to the national education policy as we realign our efforts with the SDG 4. Education is the fundamental human right, essential for the growth of any society. Despite its paramount importance, we fail to fairness and equities in the educational system. This reality emphasizes the urgent need for transformative reforms deeply rooted with the inclusivity and equity. Addressing a conclave on transformational reforms in national education policy, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi described NEP as the foundation of New India. The Global Education Development Agenda reflected in SDG 4 of the 2030 Agenda adopted by India aims at ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. In aligning with SDG 4, NEP 2020 demands our commitment to the global agenda for quality education, revisiting all aspects of the educational structure, its regulation, acquisition of relevant skills, and the learning process. So the structure of our 2 days conference is as follows. On the first day, we have plenary sessions 1 and 2. The plenary session 1 highlights the role of technology towards NEP's equitable vision. The second plenary session would address the opportunities and challenges associated with the implementation of NEP. On day 2, the third plenary session contemplates to explore the questions: what are the important considerations to prepare individuals for meaningful employment? How would we integrate the education with industry to lead the skill development and lifelong learning? And we have students' presentation by the Ideathon group, followed by a valedictory session on day 2. In addition to that, we have Eco-Conscious Expo by NGO Club. Students from the NGO Club of IILM University Greater Noida are showcasing their idea and products to promote green environment and sustainability. So let us move with our sessions to explore all possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable insights on the conference theme. Now, on this note, we invite our keynote speaker on the stage, Mr. Neeraj Gupta, currently serving as Associate Director, Security and Resiliency at Kendri. Sir has a BCom degree from SD Degree College, an MBA from All India Management Association with majors in Marketing and Information Technology. Sir has also served as Country Manager and Senior Architect, Information Technology at IBM. Please welcome Mr. Neeraj Gupta with a huge round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank IILM for inviting me here this morning. Distinguished guests on the stage, and on the front and second row I can see. This conference is actually organized by IILM for all of you. And I, as a professor, I just go and been, speaking for many universities and institutions in the country. Can notice the few faces who are maybe sleeping or maybe not interested. But I can tell you, this maybe 100+ students who are sitting here, we all are here for you. Whatever I'm going to speak is going to be for you. And I need your 10 or 15 minutes of attention. I know these days attention grabbing is a very, very difficult task because of all of you are smart people, because you carry smartphones, right? So there are so many distractions, I know. Somebody must have had, the late nights, but I beg your 10, 15 minutes of time, if you are ready to give me, so I can proceed with my speech, what I have prepared overnight. Okay. As you can see, the education and industry, they go together hand in hand. It's like two lines of one railway track. One is not complete without other. It is very important. Can you increase the volume, please? I'm not comfortable with the modulation. Because they go together. It is very important for education institution as well as the industry to come together. And today what I can see is one line I would like to say, that one gets blind when there is no light. The other way, one is blind when there is too much light. And today is the time when you can see too much of everything, too much of information, too much of knowledge, and very easily available. On the fingertips, you can actually go to Google and find out. And even if you do not know, you can just write simple one-liner on the ChatGPT and you can get to know. You become the expert, just instantly. Now, everybody is struggling. Everybody has anxiety. As people say, if there is a life, there will be anxiety and there will be struggle. You cannot remove these two. The point is, when you come out from includes the ethical and mindfulness. It includes also the spiritual development and a deep sense and respect for the environment, for the community, and for the diversity. It talks about that. Now, everyone wants to be a successful person. There's nobody who does not want to get success. But I'd like to just give you my 2 cents. What does successful mean? Because if you don't understand the real definition of success, then definitely you don't understand the real definition of failure. So the success is not in the result. Success is not in your achievement. Success is definitely not in your, what you get at the end of the day. But success is in your efforts. Success is in your intention. And success is in your, character by which you put things. And by the time when you put all these things and you invest your intention, your character, your endeavor, and your hard work, it is already a success. Because whatever result you get, it is actually inconsequential. You do not get, for example, in an institution you can see the board. The highest packet received 40 lakhs, 50 lakhs rupees per, this person, and his or her photographs is there. Are we saying that everyone is studying in that college, an university, an institution gets the 40 lakhs rupees packet? No. Only 1 or 2. Okay? But the dream actually gets into your mind. And as the speaker before me said, is about the purpose. And to me, the biggest alarm clock in the world is actually your purpose, is not anything else. And if you're able to correlate, if you're able to reflect back onto the track that, okay, what is that I'm going to do? What is this that I am supposed to do? Because everyone has a different psychophysical nature. It's not that there are no two people are the same. And today, what people say, oh, I want to do this course. I want to go and join this company. I want to go abroad. But before realizing the fact that what is he or she is good at, what is that your psychophysical nature test says, for that you need to go back to your seniors, you go back to your teachers, you have to go back and do your, lot of thinking process. Because if you do not, understand what is your real, positions, what is your real passion, and then you can actually talk about, okay, what you want to do in life. Then people talk about there are 4, areas for anybody to follow. And if you are covering these 4 pillars, and you see where you are, number 1 is your self-development. For the self-development is, what is very important is how you collect the knowledge. As I said, everyone has a smartphones. You are fortunate that everybody is connected to internet. Second thing comes to the relationships. When I say relationship, what do you mean by that is relationships with your peers, relationship with your seniors, relationship with your teachers, relationship within your family, right? And generally what I have seen, people, they judgment before they understand. And to me, judgment blocks the improvement. I repeat, judgment blocks the improvement. What you need to do, understand to take the feedback. Feedback from the right person is always good. Not that you see, oh, I could not do this well. Yeah, you did not do this well. That's why you've been given feedback. So you need to go and carve out the plans. Okay, what are you going to do? A, B, C, D. Third one is the contribution to society and contribution what you do, which is like consistency without creativity does not work. If you keep on constantly working and without any creativity, because today is the time when everything is available on the fingertip. You don't need to write any programs, right? Everything is available on, because thanks to AI and thanks to invent on AI. But AI runs, can it replace the consciousness behind it? No, it can't. AI actually gives you the answer quicker. So the story is like, I just would like to narrate here, that the two people are working on the road. One was digging the mud from the road, from the ground, and the other one was putting that mud back into the hole, which the first one was making. And one person was noticing, for hours together, they were doing the same thing. Digging the mud, other person would put the mud back. Then after 3-4 hours, then one gentleman has gone to them and asked, what are you doing? They said, we are working. We are doing our job. But, how are you doing your job? No, his job is to take the mud out, and my job is to take the mud in. But the third person who is on leave today, he's the one who is supposed to put the seed in. He's on leave. I'm doing my job. And he's doing his job. But is it fruitful? Is it workable plan? So when you go and approach the industry, you see a bigger picture. And that bigger picture does not come overnight. That bigger picture does not come unless you reflect, you determine, and you think well. You have to think well. When I say think well, means every day, if you spend just 1% of a day, what is the 1% of a day, if anyone can ask from this, if I can ask from the student, what is the 1% of a day? Let me see if you're sleeping or hearing. What is the 1% of a day? Are you understanding what I'm saying? Sorry? Yeah, 14 minutes and 40 seconds, yes. Good. What's your name? Sorry? Ritik. Okay. I'm going to mentor Ritik personally, okay? And we'll see that he gets the job in IBM, okay? So, 1% of a day, if you spend just thinking without your phone, without your any electronic gadgets, and see what is that you're going to contribute, what is that you're going to learn, and how you're going to see that your skill sets are appropriate enough to change the world and or to make sure that wherever you're working, okay, in whatever field you're working, because there are so many fields today available, it is actually fruitful and meaningful for you. Now, last one, which is important, is your spiritual growth. People are talking about, NEP talks about the character development, NEP talk about how you're going to get the wisdom. As people say, the small mind talk about people, the average mind talk about the event, and the great mind talk about the wisdom. And I've been in the industry for the last 34 years. Initial 5 years with Government of India, and after that from Japan to California, multiple times to multiple countries. What I've realized, the fact, the wisdom resides here, the knowledge resides here, and that's the reason why world leaders, they look up to India, they look up to Bharatvarsha to see that what is that most important ingredient here. The most important ingredient is our scriptures. The most important ingredient here is our heritage, the knowledge. And the spiritual growth is something which is, I would say, disconnect to connect. When I say disconnect to connect means, when you shoot an arrow, so what's the first thing you do? You pick up your bow and you put the arrow in. So what arrow does first? It actually goes back from the target. So what does it mean? What are we learning from this? When you take the arrow back, that means you are going away from the target. That means whoever is giving you the knowledge, whoever is giving you your guidelines, whoever is giving you do's and don'ts, take a step back, think, and see, is it for you? See, can you do it? If yes, what all ingredients are required? So you go back away, pull back that arrow from the target, and then shoot by collecting the entire energies. Okay? When you shoot that arrow, it will actually go and pierce the target very clearly. So the takeaway from this 15 minutes or 10 minutes, whatever it is you decide your career. Okay, take the help, of course, there are help available, right? But you got to understand that who you are, really, and then pierce the target. With that, for sure, you will definitely gain whatever you're supposed to get. Okay. So with that, I would like to end my talk. Thank you very much for giving me your time this morning, and all the best for the rest of the organization.
Thank you, sir. Now, moving ahead, we have a guest of honor, Mr. Vijay Gogoi, partner, KPMG India. So, is a business leader in consulting industry with 25 years plus of experience, with a proven track record of successfully scaling consulting businesses in India in both local and global delivery models. So, has completed his engineering in applied electronics and instrumentation from National Institute of Technology, Rourkela, and his master's in marketing and finance from MDI Gurgaon. So, started his journey as graduate engineer trainee at SO Steel Limited, and then went on to serve as AVP Business Development at Genpact, and currently serving as partner KPMG India. Please welcome Mr. Vijay Gogoi with a huge round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Great. I just picked up on one phrase that Neeraj talked about, which is disconnect to connect. And just last week, I had this opportunity, I would say an amazing experience, of being without my phone for 4 days. Can you believe it? So so I was in a training program. I did not have my phone from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. every single day for 4 days. And I can tell you it was a wonderful experience. So I instantly, resonated with the disconnect to connect. I would suggest all of you should try it, right? So first of all, good morning, everyone. I would like to thank IILM for inviting me to speak here. I'm delighted to meet all of you and meet all the fellow panelists, very distinguished speakers. I have about 26 years of experience, and almost all the 26 years of experience I've been in this field called learning. In KPMG, I lead a practice, a P&L called Learning Services, but essentially it should be called Learning and Education Services, because we do a lot of work for corporates, for learning and teaching in corporates, as well as with universities. And what I want to talk about today is, on the new education policy, the national education policy, but I wanted to look at a very specific part of that whole policy, and which is that of how industry and academia can collaborate, and what is the contribution that industry can make in this for this policy. I'm sure you've heard of this word called demographic dividend, right? Anyone who hasn't heard of it? Yeah, I expected all of you to have heard of it. So basically, demographic dividend is nothing but the growth, the economic growth that that a country would experience because of the age structure of of its population. So the larger the number of people in the working age bracket, the greater is the economic. In India, about 67% of our population is in the working age. It is growing. It was 65 sometime earlier, 67 now, and maybe in a few years it will grow even more. In China, right now it's at 69%, but in China it's declining. A few years ago it was about 75%. So 75% of their population was in the working age group. So the thing is, the assumption is that when there will be economic growth, or when there will be opportunities for economic growth, there will be enough number of people to be able to contribute to the economy, and hence the economic output will grow, and the overall country will prosper. But the critical assumption over here is that the workforce will be ready. Workforce will be ready to to take advantage of those opportunities. And it's actually a very critical assumption, because what if the workforce is not ready, right? So what we'll have is a huge number of people who are in the working age bracket. Maybe there are opportunities, but they are not ready to take that on, which basically means that you might end up having a lot of people who are not employable and hence cannot participate, and hence it can lead to a lot of all sorts of problems. So what is a demographic dividend can actually turn into, people call it demographic curse, or it's not something good, right? So if you look at the NEP, it's a very visionary policy, which is aimed to ultimately address some of these issues, which is making sure that the workforce in the country today is, or the population in the country today is prepared to take on these opportunities that might come up. So, and when we look at NEP, now NEP is very wide. I just focus on one aspect of NEP, which is I talked about the working age population, right? And in that, there is a huge role that industry can play in this. And the role that industry can play, first, there are multiple things that one could do, but the most important thing would be that industry can be involved in making the curriculum. It's as simple as that. You can be involved in making the curriculum. Industry can be involved in imparting the knowledge, which is actually training and actually teaching. That's the other one. Part of imparting the whole knowledge and skills is also providing practical exposure. A lot of you do internships, but it can actually be made in a much more systematic sort of a way, much more integrated. There are different ways in different countries have done it, and I'll talk about it in a little bit. So that's the other element. And the other very important element that industry can participate is in terms of actually teaching or providing teachers. There is always a shortage of teachers, whether you go to K-12, whether you go to higher education. A lot of colleges are coming up, so on and so forth. But if industry participates in a very meaningful way, that gap can be bridged. Yeah. And now the questions, of course, why would a private player or a private or a public player participate, right? What would they get out of it, right? You will see that a lot of companies do participate in education, primarily because of CSR. They have a certain percentage of their revenue or profits have to be marked for CSR, so people do end up, let's say, funding colleges, hospitals, and colleges and schools, and so on and so forth. That's one. There is a small fraction of industry who would participate because they get compensated for it. They will come and teach, but the college or the university or the students pay them, and that's how they get. Now, but there's a bigger reason why industry should participate or would be willing to participate. And before I go there, there's a small experiment that I would want all of you to do it, not now, but you can do it later after the session or whenever you have a break. Go to Naukri.com or Monster or any of these job sites. Go to Naukri.com and type, so I'm from KPMG, we are known for finance, so I typed finance and accounting, right? You can try anything else. I typed finance and accounting executive and I pressed search, number of jobs that came up. Can anyone take a guess how many jobs would come up currently, as of today? I did it right in the morning today. Any guesses how many jobs are there? Is it 2,000-3,000? Anyone else? Any other guess? Take a guess. It was close to 25,000 jobs. That's huge. So now the thing is, what you need to do is, the other part of the experiment would be to actually go and see what are they asking for? What are the skills are those jobs asking for? And if you do that, try and correlate to what you're learning in school, in your curriculum. See if there is how much of overlap it is, how much extra is what you need to know, right? So what happens, what this means, there will be certain things that you would have learned in college, no doubt about that, but there is also a large percentage of the skills that those job descriptions have that you may not learn in college right now. And I'm not talking of IILM, I'm just talking in general, whether it is MBA, BBA, BCom, whichever. The issue with this for companies, and which is why I deal with companies on a day-to-day basis, is that when you hire someone at the junior level, you end up spending significant amount of time training them. While you may go through an initial 1-month formal training program, but the company will spend time in the form of senior folks teaching the incoming students or freshers, teaching them what is to be learned to be able to. There's a term that a lot of companies use called independently productive revenue generating FTE. It basically it means that somebody, a person, is that person independent? Is the person able to generate revenue on their own? Are they independently productive? That time, independently to become proficient and becoming independently productive is anything between 4 months to 6 months. It represents a huge amount of investment from industry, for every company. Now, and every single company would love to reduce that cost. And this cost, it does not even show up on the profit and loss statement. It just shows up at salary cost. But just imagine the amount of time and money that is going in. And that is the biggest economic benefit that any company or the industry in general will get by collaborating with academia and creating a pool of students. Sorry. Hello? No. Yeah. Okay. Creating a pool of students that are already trained, or maybe not to 100%, but even if it's 50%, 60%, even that is good, right? And ultimately, this kind of a thing helps reduce the cost for companies, and they make it relevant. And then you are basically making somebody who are relevant for the industry and making them people employable. Now the question is, how do you do that? And there are a lot of different models that you can, some experiences that we can bring from abroad, from other countries. And one of the things that we have seen, especially in the West, is co-op educational programs. What it means is that in a college or in a course, every other semester you spend in a company, and you actually learn at a junior level. You work at a junior level, and you spend one semester in college, next semester in the industry, in a company, and again you do come back for one semester and go back. So these are kind of programs that a lot of countries have adopted. The other very interesting thing, and which is an idea that you can, which is already being practiced in medicine, is, and I would just call it, for a lack of a better word, call it co-location. And co-location is that if you go to any medical school is always attached to a hospital. Yeah, it is the same set of doctors who are treating patients or performing surgeries. They are the ones who come and teach, right? And their hospital, and they are co-located. So the idea is that Okay, can universities and businesses be co-located, or so there's some of the practitioners who teach, or practitioners who are working in companies can come and teach as well, right? So that's another idea of how you could one could make it work. The other thing what I'm very I would say gung-ho about is online education. And online education, self-paced online education, over and above what you're doing currently as a part of your course, or a part of any course for that matter. And this online, and of course in the new education policy also talks about online education, and there are guidelines around how it can be launched, etc. But industry and academia can play a very big role over here, where a student goes through the entire curriculum, but is actually the whole curriculum is supplemented with certifications from an industry player, right? So which make them much more relevant, make them much more prepared to take on jobs, right after their education is done. And the thing is, these are only just a few ideas. I think there's a lot of need for experimentation to see what works. Not everything is going to work every time or everywhere. There's a need for experimenting, trying out multiple different things, and being flexible and trying to figure out how to make something work. And at least my experience, I don't know, my limited experience of working with some universities and trying to do few things, bodies like AICT and UGC are more open to making changes, and I think it's a very good sign. It's a very good sign. The whole NEP itself is a very good step in this direction to making India more employable and making sure we get the fruits of the demographic dividend. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for telling our kids. Now it's time to call upon our chief guest, Professor Alok Kumar Rai, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Lucknow University. Sir has a BSc graduation of Allahabad University and has an MBA degree from BHU and PhD from VBS Purvanchal University. During his term as an Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir has also introduced several student-centric schemes, use of information technology in centering hybrid learning, increased automation for e-governance and social inclusion, addressing concerns of the changing times, and have paved sustainable and innovative ecosystem for teaching and research. We are delighted to welcome you, sir.
Thank you. At the outset, let me thank IILM University, which I'm visiting after close to 14-15 years. Esteemed Vice Chancellor of the University for having invited me to this conference. Very respected Mr. Gogoi, Mr. Gupta, Dean of School of Management, Mr. Amolkar, Madam Sujata, Madam Satpathy, esteemed delegates of the conference, and various students. The theme of the program is Transformative Vision of NEP towards Inclusive and Equitable Education, Revisiting SDG 4.0. How many of you could actually understand the title? How many of you could actually understand the title? Why I'm saying so is, it has got number of topics that are to be comprehended. There are several sections in form of sessions that have been designed, and specialized speakers have been invited to throw some light. I believe all the aspects here would certainly be touched upon. But as many people were talking about, At least you must have heard of NEP 2020. Yeah? And what is this NEP? Huh? Is it? National Education Policy 2020. So, but then going by what new education policy and national education policy both as have been coined, what is new in this? You know, what is new? I can elaborate 4, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 points. But then what change does it bring onto the life and education of you and yours? To start with, how many of you have heard of Society 4.0? Education 4.0? Industry 4.0? Tab, how would you comprehend NEP 2020? Because you know, of late, when the industry moved largely to technology, especially information technology, in almost all walks of life, the society transformed. Led by industry, leading to a change into society, and education followed. But excess dependence on technology, especially information technology, led to enormous complications. Now, what these complications were, you all are aware. Of late, society and system realized the limitation of excessive dependence and usage of technology, especially information technology, into all walks of life, and subsequent repercussions led the entire system and society to rethink on integrating human aspect into the life coming back. Yesterday, while coming from the airport to Greater Noida, I was witnessing, as a marketing student, I was witnessing the advertisements, roadside advertisements. They were primarily of two sectors. One was housing, real estate. Second is education. Normally, you'll go to Delhi, you won't find such. But here, these were the two things. And then I have been visiting Greater Noida for close to 20 years, and I've seen how these high rises have come up. Many of the people who have come, especially from the area I come from or other parts of the country as well, they would have come in search of job and now are staying, where in nuclear families, husband working, in many cases husband, wife both working, kids going to school, they hardly have got time, and majority of their communication is over internet. I remember once Indra Nui, in one of the articles she wrote, my daughter wrote me a message because I could not see her. I used to come to my home only when she was slept. So she once wrote that this is the marks that I have got. I wanted to tell you, but I could not find time to tell you. Now, when this disintegration of human aspect, because of excessive dependence of technology, especially information technology, in almost all walks of life, different system and society started realizing, and then they said that human centricism also needs to be weaved into the process so that the outcome may not get distorted. Then came Society 5.0. Because of this change in Society 5.0, Industry 5.0 came in. And since Industry 5.0 came in, the educational institutions then started realizing that we also have got to revisit our process, and then Education 5.0 have now been introduced. And this I am not talking of India, this I am talking of the entire globe. What was important to understand, especially as a management student, is that the shelf life of society 4.0, industry 4.0, and subsequently education 4.0 was very short-lived. So to ensure sustenance, this society, industry, and education 5.0 has been introduced. I very proudly say, very happily say, and I say this with lot of contentment, that this National Education Policy 2020 is sincerely going to contribute towards ensuring education 5.0 in place by integrating the human angle with technology, especially information technology. Now, what is this National Education Policy 2020? Because there are several other things also: inclusive and equitable education, inclusive education, equitable education, SDG 4.0. Now, I'm not going into the details, but I'll certainly try to touch upon. But to start with, I think I need to throw some light on the key features of National Education Policy 2020. And I say this with a lot of confidence because University of Lucknow, that I am leading for last over 4 years, is the first university in the entire country to have implemented National Education Policy for the first time in the entire country. Besides, I also want to draw your attention when I elaborate on certain features of key features of National Education Policy 2020 is that majority of the provisions either have been in one form or the other already existing in certain institutions or have not at all been restricting institutions from practicing this. Like, for example, the one very key feature I believe your institution would also be offering is of multiple entry and exit. So if you are an MBA student, you can get admission to a 2 years MBA program. If you want, you can back out after completing 1 year. Now, since you back out, and there are n number of reasons of backing out from the program, but then you are left with nothing. So what this policy says is, there should be gradual takeaways to these students. So if you're a BBA student, and it's a 3-year BBA, so there has to have something, certificate, then diploma, then degree. If it's a 4-year BBA, that is 4-year undergraduate program, which was already implemented in University of Delhi in probably 2009-10, which was to be taken back for some reason. This 4-year undergraduate program says certificate after 1 year, diploma after 2 years, degree after 3 years, degree with research after 4 years. Now, if you do 4 years undergraduate program to integrate your undergraduate program with the international programs, especially to qualify for those postgraduate programs, you can get something because there the master's program is 1 year. But then 1 year you can qualify only when you have 4 years undergraduate program. So let all the undergraduate program be of 4 years. This 4-year undergraduate program, even if for some reason you cannot qualify, let that be, you should have something to take it away. So what I did at our University of Lucknow, in the year 2020-21 academic session, 2 of our students backed out after completing 1 full year of the postgraduate course. And we gave them, MBA ka ek bacha tha, we gave them postgraduate diploma in business administration. One was from biochemistry, we gave them postgraduate diploma in biochemistry. One was opting to join the family business, the other was, because of certain reason, he got a job in Bangalore, he left. So, jitna paisa do utka saman lo. So all that you pay in terms of money, time, your efforts, you should get rewarded. So this is one of the features. Very importantly was the curriculum thing. And the keynote speaker very aptly elaborated on infusion of Indian knowledge system into our curriculum. But then the entire curriculum was to be redesigned by infusing credit system. By infusing credit system, then this credit should not exclusively be restricted onto the domain area that you have taken admission to. So enormous flexibility also has got to be done. So when I say multiple entry and exit, this is one of the flexibility thing. Similarly, in terms of the courses, course means papers. So in terms of papers that you opt for, also enough flexibility should be there. Like what we have done at our university is that in master's program, 4 credit can be taken from inter-department and 8 credits from inter-faculty. So anyone can take any course suiting to the requirement, of course, to ensure the governance thing and administrative flexibility also. Also because we normally deal in bulk. We have 22,000, close to 22,000 on-campus student and overall 4 lakh plus students from our affiliate college. So for administrative pragmatism, considering that in mind, we have started with 4 credit from other department from the same faculty and 8 credit from same different departments from same faculty and 4 credit from other faculty. We are gradually increasing this. Similarly, for example, vocational and co-curricular has been made essential. It was proposed in the national education policy to ensure employability. Like it was very aptly put by Mr. Gogoi as to, and I'm certainly going to check this, list in your domain area, find out the job, skill set requirements for which the jobs are there, match your skill sets, find out the gap. Now as an academic administrator, I need to talk to the concerned faculty or department to ensure bridging of those skill sets, considering the quantum of the offers. Now this gap can be bridged by infusing vocational and co-curricular thing. When we started at our undergraduate program, we have implemented 4-year undergraduate program at our university from the academic session 21-22 only. But when we started, since we have a lot of colleges also to deal with, so what has been done is, initially we started with 9 co-curricular and 9 vocational. And across the country you will find that in the name of co-curricular, वो yoga पढ़ा देते हैं सबको. एक दो को yoga, gardening, कुछ sports. It is easy for the institution also to manage that. Today, to be taught to your student, we'll put into the administrative setup of our university. You propose, you design the course, you will have to develop the content, teach, get the papers prepared, and majority your student will opt for that. So that we are gradually expanding the base to ensure the passage and also ensure employability of these students. Then a lot of national credit framework etc. thing have been talked about. This whole credit thing is gradually getting stabilized in the country now, because when it started, certain institution has had 80 credits master program, some 100 credit master program, even some leading university of the country have had 120 credit masters program. So there is no uniformity. What is being attempted at regulatory level is that these credit system has got to get stabilized. No, it's fine. Has got to get stabilized. Then there has to have an academic bank of credit. I don't know if at your university you have got academic bank of credit of each student. So if say you are pursuing MBA program of 80 credits, my MBA program is of 96 credit. It will be difficult for you to come to our institution if you want after completion of certain semesters or courses, or you specifically want to opt for certain course that is good at my institution. So at this level, a kind of stabilization is being attempted at national level. Once the stabilization gets attempted, you can take 1 or 2 courses in 1 or 2 institutions, get that transferred to your academic bank of credit, and finally get the degree. This is helping, and I try to leverage this at international level, because internationalization is one big thing that National Education Policy 2020 propagates, and that is that with twinning, dual and joint degree provisions. I hope this IILM university would certainly have. If not, you please attempt it, because this is going to benefit us in variety of ways. We went to, along with a small delegation from University of Lucknow, we went to Nepal. And to start with, we thought we should go to a country which is culturally enormously homogeneous. And it is easy for them, because in Nepal, what happens is, highest number of their students go to China. Number 2 is India, and number 3, Australia. So we thought we needed to increase our bracket. Also from strategic perspective, that is because those who are from Nepal or maybe knowing a little diplomacy of Nepal, there have been a gradual shift towards China, which is not in the diplomatic interest, strategic interest of India. So as responsible Indian university, it is our endeavor to try to pull back them to the homogeneity and cultural heritage that we share. So I went to them and I interacted with 7 institutions, 7 university vice chancellors there, and we offered them both twinning, dual and joint, all. Now I tried to communicate them is, like, since we have got a twinning system, if their student is coming to India for 2 years master's program, they are going to lose the 2 years fees. If they come because of twinning, they read 1 year in Nepal, 1 year in India, at my university or at IILM university. They would get a twinning degree. Now, it is in the interest of Nepal that they are losing only 1 year's fees. While if they go for international exposure and adding that to their CV for 2 full years, they would be losing more. And this has been enormously very well received. So, lot of internationalization attempts are possible because of this. But one very important thing here is that this national education policy initiatives are to be customized. And as I said, there cannot be one scale considering the autonomy of the higher educational institutions and specific institutions. There needs to be high degree of customization required if we actually want the entire objective to be fulfilled. Like, I'll also would like to throw some light on the challenges that we're finding, that we found based on our experience. I can share that there are different types of institutions in the country. One of the central institutions, which are, except for Delhi University, almost all of them are unitary universities. Delhi and Pondicherry, all are unitary bodies. Now, within a university, like for IILM University, it is easy for a management student to pursue law in School of Law, pursue 2 courses of engineering from School of Engineering, and 2 liberal arts courses. In an institution, state institutions on the contrary are largely not unitary bodies, except for Jadavpur and the likes of Jadavpur. Because to take up a course in mathematics or computer science or physics or arts or history or constitution, you should offer. Now what will happen? Will the college offer? Even if it offers, will it be able to do justice? Because at max what can be done is, a commerce college, 100 student comes in and says, we want to study constitution. Now what will happen? College will hire a teacher. भाई आ जाओ एक दिन हफ्ते में एक दिन दो क्लास या 4 क्लास हफ्ते में एक घंटे के पढ़ा जाना. He'll come, take class and go away. Now if the student says कि I have got a question that why is 42nd amendment considered as mini constitution? Teacher is not available. He comes, takes the course, leaves. So the feasibility is difficult. It becomes more complex when it comes to science subjects, because there greater interaction, after class interaction with the student is important. So these are certain challenges, like for example, giving autonomy to the affiliate colleges. I attempted at my university. I called some bigger colleges with 10,000 plus student strength. And I told them, bhai, autonomous ho jao, all the support that you require from the university will provide. None of them dare to. None of them. Arey saab chalne dijiye. Why chalne dijiye? Because it is the brand University of Lucknow that is fetching the student. The moment they'll become autonomous, this news will go away and students will shift to other college, which is affiliate in nature. Then many of such, especially the self-finance colleges, grossly lack in, unless they are deep-pocketed, they grossly lack in competent manpower. Now, in absence of this competent manpower, it is very difficult, student complaints and other things. So there are certain challenges, but then I consider these challenges as the teething problems. These are because any new thing, especially if of this scale comes in to a system to change the entire landscape of the higher education in the country, any such new thing comes up, challenges are bound to be there. And we are paid to attend those challenges. I say this again with a lot of confidence, a lot of pride, but with all the humility at my command, that at University of Lucknow we try to address majority of their challenges. One of the challenges that I found was, Kesab, you have introduced, so in order to expand the base of vocational and co-curricular, I reached out to the colleges. I said, aap bataiye, hum usko system mein le aate hain. We'll put into a frame through board of studies, faculty board, academic council, executive council, and so on. Change in the ordinance. I got everything done. Now the student says कि भाई ये तो पेपर आपने शुरू कर दिया लेकिन इसका किताब नहीं है. Now course was introduced considering the employability of the local region, but किताब नहीं है. Then I again called meeting of all those colleges who initiated all these specific courses, and I told them, look, now that you have proposed, you also have got to propose a content. I'll spend money on getting a book published. Then we grossly and heavily moved into online initiatives, and what is talked about in National Education Policy 2020 is that fundamental line says that 27% GER has got to go up to 50%, and it is certainly not the mechanism of starting new classes, new courses, new institutions. The model lies in giving online education to majority of people with least of expenditure and greatest of reach. Because I want to throw some light on a fact, and you all can check afterwards. The total number of students studying in higher education in India, use the UGC's 1:25, 1:30 ka student teacher ratio. Calculate, by registered number you can always come to know in India. You can always, based on the scale, find out the total number of eligible teachers that are supposed to be there. Then calculate all the net pass people. That number, you'll find a huge gap. So practically, it can be done at state level, it can be done at national level, such study. To do away with all these wrongdoings, it is actually wrongdoing. To do away from all these wrongdoings, online education is the key. And what we have done is, recently we have had a summit, national summit at our university, where UGC chairman was there. I asked him a question, because we are going to start our online and distance education thing. I asked this question that, as per UGC norms, we need to have an exclusive setup for online education, meaning building, infrastructure, etc., plus faculty. Now in a state university setup, it is not all that easy to create positions, faculty positions. Even if we bear all the expenditure on our own, the formal NOC from state government, it is very, very difficult to obtain. So what I said is, if say for example, assistant professor has got to have a teaching load of 16 hours in a week, after 16 hours, and that way UGC says your campus stay should be 40 hours. So for those 24 hours, if the teacher is ready to render his or her service to this online thing, we can always pay them extra. They get to earn more, we get good quality faculty to deliver onto this. So it is said that it will be looked into, because a new committee has been constituted to relook into making this whole online education at ease. So let us see. A lot of initiatives are being done even at regulatory level, where we hope and pray that the entire country and the higher educational institutions of the entire country get to achieve for which what National Education Policy 2020 is meant for. Thank you very much for providing me the opportunity, and I hope I'm ready for any query, if at all there is any, here or afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. The knowledge and experience that you have shared today is certainly going to stay with us. Now, moving ahead, I request our Vice Chancellor to please felicitate our Chief Guest, Professor Alok Kumar Rai. Now, I request our Director to please felicitate our guest of honor, Mr. Vijay Gogoi. Now, I request our Vice Chancellor to please felicitate our keynote speaker, Mr. Neeraj Gupta. As we come to the end of this informative and exciting inaugural session, I take this opportunity to thank our esteemed speakers, our Chief Guest, Professor Alok Kumar Rai, Guest of Honor, Mr. Vijay Gogoi, our keynote speaker, Mr. Neeraj Gupta, for their valuable insights. I convey my sincere thanks to our Vice Chancellor, Professor Tarana Gautam, our Director, School of Management, Professor Nihara Monkar, and our convener of the conference, Professor Shamli Satpathy, for their support and guidance in making this session a memorable one. Now I request all the guests and dignitaries to please come together for a group photo. Now I request everyone to please rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Finally, Finally, I would like to thank each and every one of you for attending this inaugural session and for making this such a memorable one. Now we move forward to the cafeteria for refreshments, and I request the audience to please assemble in the auditorium at sharp 11:05. Thank you. 12:05, just a correction guys, 12:05.
Okay. Okay, so I hope you have seen the first inaugural session, right? So if you look at the inaugural session, you have really understood what exactly new education policy is. It's more disruption in the education sector. It's more important that you're getting into a new kind of education ecosystem, and more important, you will see more immersive way of education in which integration of academy and industry is going to be. That's exactly what the three panelists all about was, right? Now with that context, now let me go to the next theme. The first theme of this particular session is innovate and educate, the role of technology towards NEP's equitable vision and bridging the education divide. Now let me be frank to this, and I will take not much of a time because I know my speakers have a lot more to say on this. The role of technology is not something new. It has been there for the last 30, 40 years. If you look at the way the Microsoft came or the Apple and others, they all were part of the education sector and industry aside. But the point is, if you look at the last 5 years, especially when the tectonic shift happened due to COVID, this is the first time that people were forced to use technology whether they like it or not, especially in the education sector, especially for the students who don't want to be part of Zoom. Okay, Zoom is not a technology, but just I'm giving a point that this is the first time that something which was a secondary application in your laptop became the most important application for the last 2 years, from 2020 to 2021. But point is that also gave industry a different trigger. Are we ready for the next pandemic? I mean, this question is what made industry realize, especially after COVID, that the most important thing they have to invest is on technology. And that's the reason, if you look at it after the COVID, you will see a lot of R&D is happening in the area of blockchain, metaverse, AI, quantum computing. Some are working, some may not working, but still the investments are still going on. The reason is, are we prepared for the next pandemic? If the same pandemic happens again, obviously it's a health issue, but point is, the business impact happens for years. We are still, if you look at the industry, we are still not recovered from COVID yet. The debt is still high, the layoffs are still going on, and because the reason is we are still not getting out of the impact which happened because of the COVID. Maybe in health-wise we may have slightly recovered as a healthcare system, but not as a business. And that's the only reason why all the industries realized we cannot afford the situation again. And the only way is not to prevent the pandemic, but the point is to prevent a situation like pandemic in which physically the humans are more involved. And that's the reason you see a lot more digitalization, automation, and especially AI has come into picture. But my question is not that. My point is, if you look at the last 20 years, a lot has happened in the internet domain, but the last 5 years you see a lot of technologies coming up, but you don't even know exactly what's going to survive in the next 4 or 5 years. The future looks exciting, but unprecedented completely. You don't even know what exactly is going to happen in the next 4 years. This is the first time you see a technology has a life cycle of more than 6 to 7, not more than 6 to 7 months. You look at blockchain, cryptocurrency, metaverse, and AI, except AI, which has been surviving for the last 1.5 years as a highest trend. And rest of them, all of them, is becoming more and more bleak. The answer is, we are currently exactly the same situation of 1990s when the internet came up, became a highest trending technology in the world, and people never knew exactly how it's going to end up at the consumer level. The Googles and Facebook are yet to come. This is exactly time we are at this particular moment when you have huge amount of technology coming out by waiting for the Googles and Facebooks to come up. No, seriously, the tectonic shift has started, and I think this is a time when we have to lead, and exactly what NEP is also saying, that it's not that the education system has to be technology enabled. It's also important that the faculties and students all are working in the same technological ecosystem, but this is exactly what is going to be in the next 4 or 5 years. The kind of future leaders and future workforce are going to come is going to work in a kind of unprecedented, surprisingly different kind of ecosystem, which is complete technology enabled. And that's the reason why the education system and the learning mechanism has to change. Most of the assignments have no value now because of ChatGPT. And the reason is because the mode of assignment has to change. The way we evaluate students has to change. The way we teach students has to change. And that's exactly the point is. Let me ask you one question. How many of you can define internet scientifically? Scientifically, what is the definition of internet? No one. But imagine the fact that still last 15 years using internet, right? So the point has come to understand one thing for you. You understand technology or not. Either you're going to be the consumer of it or you're going to lead it. The choice is yours. That's exactly what is going to be the next 4 or 5 years of your time. With that in mind, let me call up my speakers here as team speakers. So with this in mind, let me invite Mr. Shubham Dang. Mr. Shubham is a seasoned senior product manager at Microsoft. He brings wealth of experience in the tech product management to the table. Prior to the role of Microsoft, Shubham serves as a platform head at a pioneering startup at the intersection of supply chain and data science. He has spearheaded the creation and leadership of the product team, successfully delivering data-backed solutions for the logistics and manufacturing domains. Mr. Shubham has a master's degree in economics from Delhi School of Economics, providing a strong foundation in analytic thinking. He's completed his MBA from IIM Ahmedabad. He is deeply passionate about leveraging technology to tackle complex challenges and create meaningful impact. Welcome you, sir. Thank you. Now, my next speaker is Mr. Ashish Kumar, Service Delivery Manager, Tata Consulting Services. Mr. Ashish is a distinguished professional with an extensive background in business consulting, supply chain management, and green technology, and boasting over a decade of global experience. Ashish has contributed his expertise in leading companies like Tata Consulting Services, Accenture, Jackson Group, Sucam, Nokia, enhancing operations Sweden, China, and UK and India. He's also a mentor of change in Internal Innovation Mission, a flagship initiative in NITI Aayog, a policy think tank group. Ashish's exceptional contribution has recognized by numerous awards. Notably, he was the first and only Indian to receive the prestigious Paul Fletcher Award from the Institute of Engineering Technology UK in London, 2014. His also accolade includes Karamveer Chakra, 40 under 40, High Impact Managers, and Ashoka Award. With this in mind, I welcome sir. Please join on stage. Now my next speaker is Sudhir Rasmantaru. Mr. Sudhir is a Senior Director and Head of Global Business Services, APAC region, Boston Scientific. Mr. Sudhir stands out as a global financial executive boasting over 23 years of experience. His expertise spans across global shared services operations, transformations, quality project management, chain management, with a rich background in industries such as financial services, IT, insurance, banking, and manufacturing. He has held senior management positions in prestigious organizations like EY, HSBC, Max Life Insurance, Capital Bank, and Amex. His education qualifications are impressive, with program completed in Harvard Business School, Symbiosis Institute of Management, Andhra University, IIM Bangalore, Friedrich Alexander University, Germany, and Indian School of Business. His achievement includes receiving Indian Achiever Award in Business Leadership in 2022, serving as Global Advisory Board member for the world's largest shared services outsourcing network, and engaging as an executive speaker for Hackett Group think tank. We welcome you, sir. With this in mind, let me open the session here. So let me call my first guest here, Mr. Ashish Kumar. Please come on stage. Thank you.
No, that's okay. That's above your head. Good morning, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais, my dear students. It's my proud privilege to be a part of something amazing and something close to my heart. Education. Although I work for corporate, everyone has to go through a phase where everyone started their career as a student. So as a kid, what comes to your mind? You are careless, carefree, going to in the kids' school, wherever your parents are putting up. Earlier you are reluctant of going into the campus, but slowly you get used to it. You grow there, and the wow feeling comes when you somewhere complete your 10th standard, right? Saying that now I have achieved something. It's a wow feeling for you, right? But the real dilemma comes after that point, because by that time you are somewhere hitting your adulthood, and you are on your own now, where your parents are somewhere behind you in terms of what capabilities you have in being the flag bearers of education in line. Your parents would have been professors or whatever may be, but you see the next gen coming up in front of you, so you become the decision maker of your career. But the dilemma also comes with that point, right? So same dilemma I also had, as a student, what to choose from, right? So we as a student at that point of time had limited options in terms of arts, commerce, science, the most prominent figures at this point of time as well. But at this point of time, when you were in your students, you have multiple more options added to this existing line of education, I'm sure, right? Right. So I went on choosing science, as one of the typical families would do, and science with maths, thinking that beta engineer banega. I belong to a family in Bihar. For us, either you become IS or you become IITN. So I could not become IS, so I became IITN. So that is how we choose from. Typical thought process, by the way. Not everyone makes through, but gets through. Somehow they aspire to be that way, right? So science with maths was an obvious option, right? So I went with science and maths. So then when you get into science and maths, you get into engineering, right? And then comes a thought process, what to choose from, right? So what to choose from, not everyone is lucky enough to choose their choice of companies. It's the companies which comes to the campus, or what they get from off campus is a choice, So I started my career as an electronics and communication engineer. I started with Nokia as my core company. Core is not a mechanical company, for your information. Core is the department you belong to, and the company which works in that particular domain becomes your core company. So, we had a stereotype thought in our mind that core means mechanical company or electrical company. That is what an engineering graduate thinks of, So core is the department you belong to, and if a company is working that particular domain, that becomes your core, right? So what I realized during all this of my journey is, three things goes hand in hand. The three things, which is technology, common sense, and your, core competencies. These three things goes hand in hand every time. Everywhere you go, these things will be with you. You cannot escape any of these things. You have to be in the concise with all these three factors every now and then. But there was a question, is academia going in hand with industry? Our previous speakers also talked about this factor. The keynote speakers, the chief guest as well, spoke about this factor, that somewhere, academia is left behind. So let me take you through a little more deeper journey of this, why it is left behind, and how the NEP is trying to revive it, and what is there for you in the entire gameplay, right? So we'll see this. So you have heard of, like the previous speaker was also coining this industrial revolution, right? Industrial revolution 1800, the first one, then the second one coming around 1900, the third one around 2000. And when was the last education policy formed? Not the current one, which is 2020, is the new education policy, the national education policy. Prior to that, it was 1986, which was 34 years from there. My mother also graduated from the same curriculum which I was following. Think of that. No? So, somewhere, if you see Industrial Revolution third was after, prior to the third revolution, the education policy was formed. And since then, 3 industrial revolution has taken place. 3, 4, 5, and the NEP was set up in 2020, set up formulated, not implemented. Okay? Three industrial revolutions have passed on from then, but the education was just revised. No, 92 it was edited, but again, the revised national education policy was brought into 2020. It had to happen. If you follow this way, see the transition of this journey. The industrial revolution 1 to 2 took 100 years. 2 to 3 took 100 years, but 3 to 4 is taking a gap of, 10 years. Who knows the next revolution, like Dr. Akhil also coined. The existence of technology is not predictable today. Use or, vanish, right? Compete or die. That's how the technology is also coming up and vanishing. Because, or I say, it is transitioning with the speed what is in requirement of the industry today, right? So this transition, what you see in the first 3 was 100 years, but again the next 2 or the next 3 is just taking 10 years time. But the education revolution did not happen in that speed. So what now? So the answer is obvious. Academia is left behind, right? So when academia is left behind, what do you do? Because you are not who would decide what the curriculum should be. You are bound to some of, the limitations you have out of the curriculum, right? Now you are open to, look for things which are on the internet, off the internet, but we were not that lucky like you have. Lots of existing, vocational studies on various platforms, lot of, intuitive learning, a lot of in-detail knowledge from various expertise coming into. That is where technology has transformed. This entire session is about, how the technology has transformed the NEP, and I'll be detailing that in, some time from now. So let's understand a little bit, But I've been told that the entire crowd sitting here is a management crowd, right? There is a bold line written at the below of the slide, and I quote, despite you be from any department, you belong to arts, commerce or science, you cannot escape the shadow of technology. So when I say that, what do I mean? I'm not asking the management students to become a coder or art students to get into coding and understanding that. But so you have to understand the nuances and the basics of what is trending into the market to be a successful, maybe an entrepreneur, or successful into the corporate, or successful for your higher studies, or for anything you look forward or you aspire to be, right? So it is very important. Then how do you do that is a question. Very simple. Go for an entry-level certification which is available on internet for free. Just understand what are the trending 4-5 technologies into the market, like, the buzz will give you what is trending into the market. AI, you heard from various people talking about AI and other things. Understand what is AI, so that tomorrow when you sit in a conference room and hey Ramesh, can you talk about how can we implement this into this upcoming model of ours? You should at least be able to contribute to that conversation, right? You should not be an ideal, what did he say? When he talks about can we use Python as a subject and can we decode this, you should not think of a Python which is this Python. That you should think of a Python which is a language, right? So understanding the basics and connecting it to the field where you are getting into is very important. So this is the first take for management students. Despite being from any department, you cannot escape the shadow of technology. Thanks to the NEP, which is, which has brought lot of, I would say, articulates and holistic approach in their entire functionalities, where they're trying to inculcate various aspects of life, including technology, into their framework, right? So the previous speaker has already given you an artwork of how this NEP would look like. So let me also quickly give you some of the major nuances of, new education or national education policy 2020. Let's have a quick look at what it is and how it looks like. Because you as a student should also understand, you never know. Tomorrow you come for an interview and we ask, what's your take on the new, or the national education policy 2020? It can be your higher education question, it can be your interview questions, it can be, either you aspire to become an IS officer or something like that. You should know about what is trending and which is transforming our life directly. So that is important to know how is it and where it is touching us. So if you just look at the points here, let's just quickly walk over. So holistic approach. When I say holistic approach, what is holistic here? It is just not about academia, it is also about inclusion of social factors, practical learning, scientific learning, everything, vocational studies, practical training as approach into that, not just a curriculum based, which is, which was earlier as a part of education policies. Next comes the, nurturing the earlier childhood. Nurturing the earlier childhood, the emphasis is to include more, diversity. Earlier it is to be, beti hai kyun padhegi. It is very important that we include everyone on equal podium and leverage this as a part of it. So that emphasis is also laid here. Then equal accessibility. Despite being from any background, despite being disabled, the NEP is trying to somehow include this as a part of your functionalities, and technology is somehow enabling this to reach out to the last mile. Then flexible learning model. The earlier speakers also told about, you can look for 1 year and then you can leeway and look for your job or anything like that. But I don't know how many would opt for it, but there is a provision. So that is also one of the flexible approach at this point in India. Not sure how much would be exploited here, but in Western countries it is. In Western countries, people are also recruited when they are just passing out their matriculations or say intermediate, that's it. So for them it is not required to be a graduate to get into any corporate there. Unfortunately we have here, so let's look forward how and when this point would come where we give knowledge more importance than a curriculum or static type of degrees what we have. Okay, then comes the integral part, technology integration into the NEP. And then the last part was teachers' capacity building. That is one of the major focus of NEP. So when I say that, it is very important that teachers are equally on the same dais as they expect the students to be, or the industry is existing at this point of time. And that is also one of the biggest gap we have today. Every second day on LinkedIn, I find an opening where some institution is looking for professors in Power BI. How would a professor be in Power BI? Come on. Power BI is a trending technology in corporate at this point of time where we exploit. How can you expect a professor who has been a traditional professor, I quote, a traditional professor, to become a professor in Power BI or business analytics? That is when the teachers also have to catch up that speed. So that is also one of the important aspects of NEP, where they are trying to focus and enhance the capacity of teachers as well, right? Because when they are empowered, that is when they can give you some power, right? So that is also one of the focus areas. Okay, so my topic for today is more enhanced to how technology is supporting or enhancing the NEP. Okay, let's take a deeper look in some 5 minutes from now. Okay, so accessibility of education has been one of the biggest boon where education has enabled it. Like Dr. Akhil also said, this is nothing new which technology has done. But of course, industry, we have a concept of business continuity plan, which we always work on and we always keep in mind. So education BCP, education continuity plan, was not existing earlier, but somehow technology has enabled that. Teachers were asked to move to look for online classes, and many were facing difficulties in even setting up cameras and how to face out and how to reach out to the students and give the same potential which they give in the class, which became one of the difficult parts there, right? So somewhere technology is enabling you to be on the path where you can easily reach out to the last mile out there. Then comes the online learning platforms. There are so many online learning platforms which got flourished after the acceptance of hybrid model or say online model, right? So lots of campuses, I think IILM is also one of the upgrad campus, if I'm not wrong. So upgrad is one of the excellent examples of online, where you look for vocational studies or look for technical competencies or management competencies apart from beyond your classroom curriculums and other things. Then comes customized learning. When I say customized learning, I don't want to learn at this point of time. Technology has given you that leverage where you can, have stored things, where you can play whenever you want, wherever you want from. The last mile, reaching out to, on the way, on the go, wherever you want, you play that point, you put an earphone, put an headphone. See how intuitive the life has become because of technology, right? That is one of the biggest boon, the infusion of technology into education, that we see day in, day out, but we do not realize it because we think this is a part of process. But when you understand in depth, it was not a part of process 5 years back. When you were into 10th standard, tell me how many of you have studied using your mobile phone? No? Okay. How many classes did you take through mobile phone? Okay, no, right? So that is where this enhancement has taken place, right? So somewhere this adds on. Then teachers training program and personality development programs, all this have become virtual, and any part of the world you can teach from any part of the world, and people from various aspects, from various line of technology can reach out to you just in a matter of seconds, right? You don't have to pay separately for them to fly and reach you offline and reach out to all of you, right? That is where technology is enabling you to have accessibility of various data sets available across the globe in just a click of mouse, right? Then comes multilingual accessibility, right? Whatever languages you understand, right? Whatever aspects you take off, right? This is enablement of, technology, which has given you easy conversion from wherever you want to, whichever languages you want to look for. Then open education resources, which I talked about, referring any sources wherever you want from, or whichever part of the world they are available, right? Then comes parental engagement as a part of your day-to-day. Earlier, parents teachers meeting was one day when we used to get an opportunity to interact with the students and the teacher at the point of time. But now you have apps where your stats, your daily curriculum, your daily assignments, things are being uploaded there. So it is becoming more easy for us to follow up and track the students, how far it is going and where I can catch up and all these things. I also would like to mention virtual learning points and virtual practical stimulations. I'm sure you would have seen the Marvel movies of Iron Man, right? Where he talks about, Jarvis, do this for me, do that for me. What is that? Can you coin in particular what is that? Augmented reality, right? So AI is, of course, the holistic periphery. What is in point is, augmented reality, how it is playing today. Now it is more of mixed reality, more than augmented reality. Mixed reality is into picture today, and virtual reality is already there. But it's more intuitive when you understand things and get yourself there and try and fit how you look there. When I say look there, you try to construct a building and you try to bring on some points, take off some points. That is possible by drawing a virtual reality picture of what you're trying to achieve at that point of time, right? So that is where technology plays a pivotal role and a vital role as well, right? To end, data analytics. Tracking is very important at each point of time. How are you performing in terms, today there are lots of apps in terms of your exercise tracking. Wow, how about education tracking? Where are you lagging and where can be fused in, where more care can be taken off, right? That is where technology is trying to help out, right? So with this, I would like to arrest my submission for today. Thank you so much. You have been a nice listener. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Ashish. I think this is a very valuable point that you have really come out with a certain aspect of it that it's important for the education industry to come together, and moreover, it's also important to understand there's a certain part of industry which academia cannot fill. It's important to industry to fill that gap, and that which was highlighted by you is really important for us. So with that, may I go to the next speaker, Mr. Shubham Dang. Please share views on the same. Thank you so much, Shashi.
Sound check. Quick request, there are a few empty seats here, so if you guys want to shift here or here, it will be easy for me to focus just on one area. This is working, I'll use this. Speaking on the stage after Ashish, it almost feels like I'm Elizabeth Taylor's 10th husband while we are dating. I know what to say, I know what is expected of me. How do I make it any different? But let me start from first principles. Why do you guys care about national education policy? Let's make it interactive. Let's keep it very interactive. Why do you guys care about NEP? I know the front row will care about NEP because they are the practitioners, they are the academicians, the administrators. Why does the majority of the auditorium care about NEP? Quickly. Why? Why are you guys here? I know attendance might be compulsory, but other than that, why are you guys here? When was the last time you guys cared about how this auditorium is constructed or a building is made? You use the building, you are paying for your education, but why do you guys care about it? The education policy as such. Sure, go ahead. Quickly.
Yeah, to get well-rounded education.
So by the time this will be implemented, I'm sure your kids will be getting that education, right? You're already undergoing that experience of education, right? So let me do this. Let me take off the lens that I had when I came here and the lens that I had when Ashish started speaking. Let me put on a different lens now. Let me speak from the perspective of a budding entrepreneur, because you guys are management students, because entrepreneurship is something you guys should be looking at, and say why national education policy has created that ecosystem for you where you can focus on achieving a social outcome while still making some money. And for me, that's the best kind of business out there. You make a lot of money, you are happy, and you're still delivering some good for the rest of the world. Make sense? Perfect. What I'll also do is break it down almost in a storytelling fashion or a consulting fashion so that it's easy to follow. Stay with me, have questions, just go right ahead and shoot your questions, right? Let me also start with another question. If you guys had to undergo a surgery, will you let a doctor who studied surgery and medicine using YouTube videos perform that surgery on you? Why not? Okay, perfect. The way to look at the ecosystem at large and the canvas that I'm trying to paint is, there are three kinds of buckets. The first bucket is where the scope and the tolerance for error is very minimal. Think of surgery, right? Think of someone who is handling nuclear waste, radiation materials. You cannot really have that guy or certify that guy as eligible if he has done a lot of YouTube education, right? Think of the second kind of bucket. I'm sure you guys are being taught leadership here. You guys are being taught soft skills, empathy, teamwork, collaboration. Can that be taught well through? Okay. Think of the third bucket, where the tolerance for error is significantly high, where what you are being taught are tangible hard skills, not the soft skills. And probably that is the bucket which you might believe is right for innovation. That's where the technology comes in most handy. And that also is the biggest bucket in this country. Because what people need today, by and large, are tangible hard skills that will make them employable. Soft skills will come in very handy when you are looking for that promotion, when you want to jump on from level 1 to level 2. Leadership, communication, these things are great at that level. But when you're looking at the entry-level jobs, for the vast majority of Indians, and not you, you guys are the elite in India. You guys are paying for a very good education that you're getting, and trust me, this education is amazing compared to what the people in the bottom of the pyramid are getting in the rural settings in India, right? This is by far the biggest bucket, and what you can refer to as the addressable market. So this market is ready for innovation, right? I want to connect it back to NEP because one of the focus for NEPs is equality. Now, what will eventually restrict someone from getting an equal treatment as the person sitting next to them? Can you give me some ideas? Let me start with a couple. Money, right? A rich kid can go to a great school, get access to great education. A poor kid cannot. So money is one reason why you cannot have equality. The next one, physical distances. If I'm staying in Delhi, it's just easy to put my kid in DPS RK Puram versus if I'm staying in the hinterlands of Uttar Pradesh. Physical distances is one. Anything else? What prohibits or prevents equality from being there, from getting access to the best kind of education? Come on, throw some ideas. Gender, absolutely. Gender, because the mindset of parents is such that they would not treat you at par with your male cousin or the male sibling, right? Absolutely, great one. What else? That is not being forced on you. That's your inherent motivation to learn or not learn, right? But what is preventing that lady from getting great education and you not, other than your intrinsic motivation? She mentioned that, right? Gender discrimination, caste discrimination. Language barrier, perfect. A lot of good content education is only available in English. I am speaking in English for the simple reason if I was seeing the same thing in Hindi, you guys will not take me seriously. Let's be very honest here. You guys will think I'm some random guy speaking some crap and you'll shoot me out of the college, right? But a lot of people don't have that familiarity with the language. They can't access good education because of language issue. One last one. Anyone? Something that is very, not mindset, that's intrinsic motivation. Something that's very close to my heart. No. Sorry? Ecosystem is a very generic word. Okay, I'll tell you. I'm talking about physical disabilities. If you are blind, if you are deaf, if you are dumb, if you can't go to a second floor because the wheelchair will not, there are no elevators that will take you to the second floor and the classes are only happening on the second floor, how will you access that? Right? These are the reasons why equality may not happen in reality. So any innovation that you can do to disrupt this aspect and solve problems for this part of the world, you have a great addressable market at your fingertips where you can make a lot of money. Make sense? Questions so far? Now also look at it from the value chain perspective. From the value chain, if you're looking at it, let's take a poor kid who wants to go to the school. By the way, so there's a lot of focus on bringing the classroom to the student rather than taking the student to the classroom. Now I'm all in favor of bringing the classroom to the student if that is the only option left. But in terms of the real education, the kind of social tuning that you need, it's only possible if you take the student to the classroom. So bringing a classroom to the student can never be your best option. That's always the second best option if nothing else is left, right? Now a poor kid that you guys are getting, 0 is where the enrollment is not happening in schools. If you go from 0 to 0.1, that is when the enrollment happens. But the problem is the attendance is still at 30%. You don't even have attendance coming to 50%, 70%, 75%, right? So first you have to move the needle so that the attendance goes up. Once the attendance goes up, then it's about delivering the message, the education that needs to be delivered. That's where I think Ashish's point on capacity building for teachers comes into picture. It should not be the case that she gets good education, he doesn't, because she had a better teacher, he doesn't. So the teacher delivery becomes very important. Can you do something to disrupt that? And finally, even if you have a great teacher and the teacher gives you good education, no child is so amazing that he'll score 10 out of 10 in the first exam. He will make mistakes. What do you need? You need to identify the exact places where he's missing. Give him the relevant feedback. The feedback has to be communicated in a way that addresses the child's need without harming his ego. That feedback has not only to be given to him, but also to his parents. And the child needs to work on that feedback, give that exam again, so that he improves. That is the cycle of education. The cycle of education doesn't stop when the teacher delivers a lecture. It goes on to feedback mechanism, it goes on to retests and reevaluations, till you are ready for the industry, or life, as the case may be. Can you do something to disrupt that? Now, if you look at the current landscape of EdTech across the globe, largely it's focused on replacing the teacher. You are trying to get the great kind of, video lectures out there that will give you the content you need. But understand that solving a very, very small problem in a very big canvas. All the other problems are yet to be solved. And that is where you come into picture. Those are the kind of things that you should be focusing on to deliver NAP's equality vision. Right? I'll stop here because I know that he's also here, Sudhir is also here. And you might have questions in the end. But yeah, in case any questions right now, otherwise I'll come back later. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Shumam, for such enlightening views. So with that, let me call our last speaker, Mr. Sudhir. Thank you.
Easy, I think. There's a resound here. Good afternoon. I hope you're enjoying these nice interactions and a lot of download, right? That's what happens when you're students. Everyone is a teacher, right? So what is important is be a student throughout the life, guys. That's one thing one had to remember, because everything is a transformation in life. We're talking about new education policy. We're going to talk about technology. We can talk about multiple things. But three things I would request you all to remember. Three things. Because going as a last speaker is a lot of advantage that I don't need to repeat what they already said. But three things I request you to really remember. The three E's. One is education. Second is experimentation. And third is experience. Yeah? Why do you need education? Fundamental question. Anyone? Why do you need education? Wonderful. Who else? Okay. Very good. What else? Is it not development of the individual as well? Yes? Right? So if you look at how the whole education system has been evolving, because the human evolution is also happening simultaneously. Do you agree? At what age a formal education is to start in 20 years ago, and what age the formal education is now prescribed? Anyone? At what age a formal education is now prescribed? At the age of? What age, guys? Don't Google. When we started, it used to be 6 years. The generation before us, it started 10 years. Now the new education policy says it's 3 to 4 years. Why so? Because you all have to understand how the human evolution is happening along with the technology evolution. That is where fundamentally we are so different as a human beings than other. Right? So the fundamental reason of education is about knowledge, about awareness, so that we all live a meaningful life for the society around, because we don't operate in isolation, and the business, the money and other things follows. But that's not the prime reason of a human being existence. It is all about creating a future for the next generations. It's everyone's responsibility. So what happens is, when you are getting educated, obviously there is a goal of making money, improving the standard of living, be responsible and all the stuff. But if you don't understand what is the reason behind the learning, then education doesn't have any meaning. And I see a lot of people, and why there's a lot of challenge in terms of unemployment issues and employability issues is, every year, the lakhs and lakhs of people are getting qualified. The graduations are completed, whether it's an engineering graduate, whether it is an MBA, whatever it is you're doing. But not everyone is employable. Because fundamentally, along with your education qualification, there are a lot of skill sets, a lot of expectations are needed. And that is where the industry participation along with education is very important. When we are studying, it is all about education, but now every industry is a tech industry. There is a edtech, there is a medtech, there is a fintech. I come from a medical device industry, it's medtech. Everything we do is without technology, there is no progress, right? So one of the important elements of that education is to see how this technology is helping us evolve in that space. And at the beginning of my conversation, I said that be a student throughout your life. Don't think that, okay, I have completed a graduation, I am a doctorate now or a PhD. It doesn't work like that, because the dynamics of the world are changing very fast. Earlier years, when we used to build our careers, the new technology used to come, the evolution used to happen 5 years, 10 years. But now 6 months is late. So you learn a technology, there's something else will come and change. So which means the only way you'll survive or succeed in your careers is you have to constantly keep learning. Doesn't matter you are a finance background, you are HR background, or a marketing or a sales, whatever background you're coming from, a technology background, you have to keep yourself updated. So education is fundamental to help you move and navigate in life. And obviously there are other skill set, Shubham and Ashish, they all talked about. But it's important to first fundamentally understand why we need that education. Policies will come, policies will reform, but individually we need to start thinking that what is the value add we are creating through that education to ourselves and to the society at large. The second E I asked you to remember is the experimentation. The purpose of technology and the education is to experiment in life. Without experimentation, there is no innovation. Follow me carefully. Without experimentation, there is no innovation. If you have to innovate yourself, you have to take risks, right? If you are not applying the knowledge, you might fail, you might succeed, result don't bother. But are you developing and using the knowledge through your education to experiment in life? Because the one beautiful element of the technology is that it is giving you an option to experiment. Doesn't matter which university you're studying, where do you come from, that is the best part of driving that innovation and experimentation using technology. The third element I was talking about, the third E, is the experience, right? In life, everything is experience, guys. For example, there are multiple iPhones, right? How many people have iPhone in this room? How many people use Samsung or any other brands? Why do you go and buy a particular product? Anyone? Why people go for crazy, even go for iPhones? Features and experience, right? If someone have to really pay you well, a product or an individual, what do they look at? What do they look for? They look for what kind of value add or what kind of experience you give. So fundamentally, whatever education you are going into, if you don't know its application, because every tool, right, you can use a tool to break, you can use the same tool to make something. So similarly applies to the technology as well. The same technology, we hear there are a lot of cyber crimes. You all know that? Right? Same technology is also helping improve the experience. So the fundamental aspect of the first E which I started, the education. If you don't know how to apply that education, if you don't know how to apply and experiment in the right cause, on the right use of the human development, why do you need those education and experimentation? And the last one is experience. It is all about our human experiences. Are we building a nation, or we building an organization for better for the human beings? I work for a medical device company. Our endeavor is always about how do we improve the patient care, right? Using that high-end technology. So once you finish your formal education, you have to continue to be curious. If you don't have curiosity, you don't learn. If you don't have curiosity, you don't experiment. If you don't experiment, you can never improve the experience. Do you all agree with me? Yeah? So with one last thought, I don't want to bore too much on this topic. There is a lot of Google knowledge, there is a lot of chat GPT. I don't want to drain you about what the new education policy and all. But fundamentally in life, if you can focus on all these 3 E's, it will really help. And one final note I also want to leave, and thank you everyone for this opportunity, is life is a continuous learning. Keep learning continuous. Life is a continuous learning. Keep learning continuous. If you are not curious and a learner, policies will come and define. But if you want to become a better human being and a better leader and a better organization, the work which you want, and for the better experience of the customers, that is where the learning will help you. With that, I wish you all the very best, and thanks for the opportunity to IILM University. Thank you.
So we are open for Q&A. If any student has a question, please raise. Please.
My first question is with Ashish sir. Sir, you talked about academia going hand in hand with the industries, and there is a gap between the industries and academia, and Power BI from transforming to the traditional professor to the Power BI professor. So from your end, what will the skill set required for our student so that we can doesn't have the gap between that Power BI professor or a difference between that gap?
I'm sure this is a question for everyone, because you as a management graduate would always think that the techies would have an overhead over you, right? And of course, this is a national-wide question. How do you transform to be that, like a speaker said, tech, med tech, like how you become that, despite of being a management student, how you add that tech part into your, subset of your studies. Easiest way I told about, you can look for, getting the basic certification of your particular trending technology at that point of time, that being one. Second is, nowadays, there are lots of colleges, IILM being one of them. There is another one around your campus who has got, business analytics as a subject line, which you can go for options. As a secondary option of your second year, you have choices out there. Explore for that choices being at your campus. If that does not go as a part of your curriculum, look for an external certification which can add that to your profile, right? Because that is a need of an hour at the industry, so you cannot escape that part. So when you add that and come to the interview and you say, I'm a management graduate and also hold a certification program in business analytics or Power BI, or say any of the tools which relates to your domain. When I say that, there are so many SAPs, Oracle. You can go for understanding the basic interface of those tools and try to get a basic course if that is not a part of your curriculum. There are so many institutions which has already incubated that as a part of their curriculum from this batch as well. Right? Did I answer the question? Thank you so much.
Sir, one question from Subham sir.
Yeah.
Sir, you talked about many constants, that money, gender, and 4 to 5 that educations. There is no equality is treated. So do you believe that there will be a education sector will see a transformative change with this emerging technology?
So, if I get your question right, the question is, will the education sector see a transformative change with the emerging technology?
And with a lot of constraint where the equality is not served with the money, gender, discriminations?
I think yes, and I'm very optimistic about it, and I'll tell you why. I think if you look at all the entrepreneurs or businessmen who are using technology to solve business problems, one of the key focus for all business problems that they're trying to solve is take away those obstacles. So take away the obstacle of price or cost. Today, I'm sure your MBA costs a bomb, but if the same kind of education can be provided at a fraction of a cost, then takes away that divide, right? I was working very closely with one of the district administrations in Punjab, and what they're trying to do is have a kind of a device that serves the blind people for mathematical equation. So that blind people are not just reduced to studying, arts and literature and poetry. They can actually get into hardcore science and technology areas. So they had a very nice device for that. But the larger point that I'm trying to make is that if you look at industrial revolution across history, so when steam engine came, the steam engine was focused on speed of transportation. So the kind of problems that you're trying to solve, there have been very peculiar problems across the world over a period of time. So there was speed of transportation, ease of communication. And right now we are in an era from an education perspective where the problem that you're trying to solve is remove the obstacles, the money divide, the caste divide, the gender divide, right? The disability divide. So yeah, I think the answer is yes.
Thank you, sir.
My question is to Mr. Assis. It's not question, it's just a little bit more clarity on that. You said in a holistic approach, academic plus social. How you define social? Little bit elaboration on that.
Yeah. So if you see the 3 pillars of Industry 5.0, we focus on ESG, which is environmental, social, and governance. ESG, 3 words. When I say social, it's also a superset of the word environmental, governance as well. Because when you talk about social, environmental awareness as a subject or as sustainability as a subject was never a part of curriculum few years back. But now I think people are looking forward to get that as a part of subjects because the focus is on ESG. So when you think of social aspect, because the holistic approach of new NEP, the National Education Policy, is also about how can they inculcate from the beginning itself to be and sustain with the nature, not against the nature. One of the aspects. Second, social is how can you sit in a diverse culture and accept that, like gender diversity, at the same time disabilities, person with a disability.
So this is actually taught or this is practical kind of thing?
No, this is also taught. The things have started right from the basic.
So that's what my question is.
Yes.
It's then academic only.
Sir?
Then it is academic only. It is one of the course.
This is inclusion in the academic was not taught earlier.
That's fine.
Right.
That keeps going in academics. We keep having more and more subject, more and more courses. So it is where social is there. It is academic only. When it is offered as an academic course. This is what my confusion is.
Inclusion was that part which I wanted to highlight. Inclusion of that aspect.
See, I tell you, earlier corporate finance was there.
Yep.
Financial derivative came. Then behavioral finance, right? We cannot say this is social or something like. This is what my question was. Thank you.
So that skills help you to interact the way you see social now. That skills somewhere will help you understand the way you used to approach things was not just, like you see a plant. I think that is what a quality education brings into, that is where the angle is.
To be developed.
Yes.
So my question is to Mr. Shubham, sir. So my question is, the NEP has stated that to realize the goals of this new policy, the NEP has stated that to realize the goals of this new policy, the country has to raise the public spending of about 6% on education of the GDP basically. So how will you address it?
That's a budgeting question. So the question is, if I get that right, the government expenditure on education has to go up from the current less than 2% to around 6% of GDP.
Yes, sir.
How do you do that? That's clearly a priority question for the government of India. I mean, it's an accounting question. I mean, you have to make your priorities right and invest there. Put your money where your mouth is. Right? I mean, I'm obviously not a policy maker, so I can't answer that question.
Is there any question anybody has? No? Fine, last question. Okay, please. Yeah.
Sir, last question, Sudhir sir. Sir, you talked about Sudhir. You you talked about the experience, education, knowledge, everything comes with the experience. Then why the industry, when take a student for an initial stage, they want that with the zero experience, we have a lot of skill sets and the knowledge of the technical skills and everything.
That's a very good question you asked. I think what I really encourage people to understand one important aspect. When any organization is hiring a fresher versus an experience, there are a lot of parameters what they see. And it is also about the hiring happens across the competition what they see, right? So for example, you're buying a phone. Same example you apply to the logic of a hiring. So when you always go for hiring the best, what is the competition right now in the students is, the students are already coming with, when we started learning Excel, Word, document when we joined the job, right? No one asks. In the resume, believe me, we used to write 20 years back, I have Excel skill, I have Word skill. It is given now. So what I want you all to understand is, there are certain skills which are already given to you. Like a 2-year baby knows how to handle a phone. Yes or no? Right? So in terms of organization, what they're looking at, is the person passionate to learn? Can we teach the fundamentals of business? It is not about the scoring what you have done, the academic excellence. It is also about the personality excellence. How well the communication is. Is that student, passionate about learning and will be collaborate? Will that student fit to the culture of the organization? So there are a lot of aspects which they evaluate, because we know that students don't know what is business. That is what you learn, right? You might study HR, you might study finance, you join a finance, but the typical way the finance happens is very different from the books versus from the reality, right? When we started our education, I'm a finance guy, when I started accounting, we used to do tally manually. You all learn trial balance? I don't know how many people in the finance. We used to do the trial balance manually. In current world, none of the organization even pass an entry. If you ask a chartered accountant to pass an entry, the debit and credit they don't know, because system is taken care of. But then what the skill they required is the analytical skills. Are you analytical enough to analyze the data? So the expectations are changing. So Industrial Revolution 4 is talking about, 5 is talking about. Why there is always a lag between the education and the industry is because still, I was visiting Germany. When I see how Germany, the education and industry work together, it's like a milk and water. Unfortunately, that's not the case in India. So there is always catching up. The policies, what we see now is always delayed policies. Again, we talk about cyber laws. We are again evaluating. Technology is changing so fast, we don't know what is a crime which is done by an AI tool, a bot. If an employee makes a mistake, we have a policy to define what action you take. What action will you take when a bot you built in the company makes a mistake? There is no law. So all my guidance would be that continue to be curious, to be learner. Organizations doesn't look that, we need the best student, but do we have a trainable student? That is more important. So demonstrate that confidence. Is the student confident? Can we train them? How well the communication is. So focus on the soft skills as well, along with your technical and academic skills. So 3 skills are very important. Your academic skills, your soft skills, and the technical skills. And someone asked on the technology, right? Business analytics, Python, all those. Guys, people are very smart to learn a technology. What is the most difficult part in an organization when you're working is you have to learn to understand people. Technology is easy to learn, guys. Technology will come and go. People will be constant. If you don't know, I have seen people who comes with the best of colleges. They can't work in the organization, they fail because they don't know how to work with people. He talked about collaboration. Please focus on that. Right? So there are a lot of elements you can keep on. That's what in my talk I said, focus on experimenting, focus on experience, focus on education. All three have to carry throughout your life. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for all speakers here for valuable insight, and thank you so much for the students for the Q&A. With that, we are ending the session 1. And to facilitate our guests, may I call upon stage the Vice Chancellor, Taruna Gautam, and Director, Mr. Nihar. Please come on stage, please. So at first, may I call Mr. Shubham Dang. Mr. Ashish. Now, Mr. Sudhir. Thank you so much to all the audience. Thank you so much to the speakers. So our next session will start at 2 o'clock. We'll take a break till then. Thank you.
request everyone to kindly take your seats and keep your phones on the switch off mode, please. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone's here. Thank you. I am privileged to welcome the eminent speakers of this second plenary session, Opportunities and Challenges in the Implementation of National Education Policy, Professor Dr. Vishal Talwar, Director IMT Ghaziabad, Professor Dr. Partha Chatterjee, Dean of Academics, Shiv Nadar University, Professor Dr. Harsh Verma, Faculty of Management Studies, University of Delhi, Dr. Ravi Kumar Jain, Director, Sparsh Global Business School, Dr. UM Amin, IILM University, faculty and dear students. I, Dr. Sonika Sharma, will be the moderator of the session, and I know post-lunch sessions are the most difficult sessions to keep you engaged, but I assure you it will be a very engaging and informative session for sure. With this, a brief on the topic. The National Education Policy 2020 is a comprehensive policy document that outlines the vision and roadmap for the development of education in India over the next few decades. The policy aims to transform higher education, restructuring and breaking barriers, higher education, and emphasizes the importance of holistic development, flexibility, innovation, and relevance in education. Some of the opportunities presented by NEP include the focus on early childhood education, the integration of vocational education with mainstream education, the promotion of multilingualism, the use of technology for learning, the creation of National Research Foundation to fund and promote research in education. The policy also aims to increase the use of online and blended learning and create a more student-centric and flexible education system. However, the implementation of NEP 2020 presents several challenges as well, such as need of substantial investment in education, the lack of adequate infrastructure and resources, the shortage of manpower, the challenges of providing quality education in remote and rural areas, and the need for effective collaboration between various stakeholders. The policy also needs to be addressed issue of equity, access, and inclusivity, and ensures that education is affordable for all, regardless of socioeconomic background or geographic location. With this, I set the tone, and I request all the eminent speakers to please come on the stage and take their position, please.
So they say once a professor, always a professor. And guys, that's
Power is powerlessness.
Thank you. With this, I would like to introduce the first speaker of the session, Professor Dr. Vishal Talwar. Professor Talwar is director at IMT Ghaziabad. Prior to this, he was Dean of Schools of Management as well as Director of Innovation and Entrepreneurship at the BML Munjal University. He has served as Assistant Dean for Executive MBA and BBA program as well as Head of Campus at the SP Jain School of Global Management, Mumbai, after having served the JRE School of Management in Delhi NCR. Prior to this, he was based in the UK and working at the Henley Business School. Previously, Dr. Talwar was also the faculty in Management, Department of Management at the London School of Economics. He has also served as faculty at Manchester Metropolitan University Business School. Dr. Talwar is a PhD from Alliance Manchester Business School, University of Manchester. He is mastered in business administration, graduated from IIFI Business School, and he is bachelor's of engineering in mechanical from Savitribai Phule Pune University. It's our pleasure to have you here, sir. Request you to kindly share your thoughts, please.
Do you have a clicker or you got a clicker? Thank you. Sorry, just bear with me for a minute, I think. How many of you are students here or anywhere? Just raise your hand, please. I mean, how many of you are students? Okay, great. So, if I ask you what does NEP mean to you, there'll be two things you'll do. Either you'll raise your hand or you look down and assume I'm not able to see you, right? But is there anyone here who knows what new education policy suggests or what does it want to do? Anyone, just whatever you think about it. It's a good idea for us to know what is your understanding of what NEP is. Anyone? Just raise your hand and otherwise maybe I'll ask. In such gatherings what happens is that normally all of us kind of do what is known as the ostrich effect, right? What does an ostrich do when in a bit of a danger? In this case, the danger is I'm asking you a question. But if anybody knows what NEP is, anyone? Quickly. Any university is a great laboratory where you can make mistakes and nobody's going to say anything. Try and do that in the real world. Set of rules for the education. So, were there no rules earlier?
To influence the education in a positive manner, there are many changes.
Okay, since you're the one who's decided to take a few bullets, what are some changes you think are there?
Okay, one of the changes, in the government schools, earlier the students they were not interested in going to school. So what government did, they started the midday meals. So this was one of the attractive policies by which the students were attracted, and just because of food, the students started going to schools.
Okay. Yeah, so obviously there's a lot of changes that are being done, keeping in mind, what the future of education obviously is or what India requires, right? So what I'll do is very quickly talk a little bit about, and maybe because I was invited to be the first person to speak, I'll set the context for the others to kind of take up. So I'll just briefly talk about the NEP from the perspective of, let's say, management education, management educators, and the fact that a lot of my experience has been within business school context, right? So if I consider LSE as a business school also, of course they always wanted to say that they're very different from the LBS, and they said we're not a business school. But I'll talk to you a little bit about what the context is. So we've all seen a lot of movement that is happening, whether it's on LinkedIn, whether it's on social media, whether it's on newspapers. A lot of stuff is obviously going on. Right, there's a CUET, there is commissions that are being established for technology education.
right? Like you said, there are midday meals. There's an introduction of, let's say, 3-year as well as 4-year undergraduate courses. You can obviously also do a 1-year master's as well as a 2-year master's, right? You can do 2 degrees simultaneously, right? In fact, if your time allows, you can do 2 degrees simultaneously, and I'm sure you'll be really enthusiastic about that, isn't it? A lot of you must be thinking, एक degree होती नहीं है, दूसरी degree भी करना चाहते हैं, right? But what's the basic idea? The basic idea here is this whole idea of being multidisciplinary in your orientation, right? You're someone who possibly has different expertise that can help you and progress yourself in your career. Now, from a management educator standpoint, from a business school standpoint, now this business school can be within a university. This business school can be a standalone. This business school could be part of, the IIM system, which are independent degree granting institutions. All of us are looking at what is known as the perfect storm, right? We're all within the eye of the storm right now. And this year, the storm is not just about, let's say, the NEP, but this year the storm is also about many other things. So you must be reading in papers or on social media about how it's not been very easy for all kinds of institutions to be able to get all their graduates placed, right? Including, let's say, the topmost institutions as well. So what's happening right now within the context of, let's say, business schools or management education or this whole MBA standpoint is that we're all seeing a perfect storm developing. Some of us are, let's say, looking at the storm and trying to figure out what we do. Others are obviously working on it as we go forward. But a lot of intrinsic, extrinsic changes that you will see going forward, right, with respect to management education. Now, why is this possibly happening? So if I look at what management education is, we are largely catering to the pre-experienced student, right? So when you do an MBA, a lot of us, after doing the undergraduate degree, will straight away go into management education. So if you look at the Indian management education market, it's by and large a pre-experienced market, right? Now this could be a socio-economic phenomenon, this could be a phenomenon the user or the person who's experiencing the learning or the education is not necessarily the person who's paying for it. So it's a very different model altogether, right? So a lot of us tend to move from undergraduate straight into postgraduate, right, which is known as a pre-experience market. In a way, it helps delay the career decision by 2 years, right? So, your parents would tell you that, okay, right, undergraduate se kuch nahi hone wala, aapko postgrad bhi karna hai, right? And that's something that everybody used to tell. My dad used to tell me the same thing. Of course, when I decided to do a PhD, he said, look, ye to maine nahi aapko bola karne ko, right? So that's a different phenomenon altogether. The fact is that in India, except for a few streams, the UG degree is still evolving as a whole, right? The undergraduate degree is still evolving. It's not being viewed as a terminal degree in many contexts, right? So belief is, let me do this, and of course I'll have to do a master's. I might have to do an MBA or whatever else, okay? So that's the context we operate in. At the same time, there's an increasing base of aspirants, right? So CAT takers, ZAT takers, ye sare badh rahe hain, right? And in the process, it's helping a lot of institutions select the right kind of candidates for themselves. So there is an acceptance of the entry-level job market also, right? So the fact is that if we didn't have an acceptance of a pre-experienced student within the entry-level job market, so the corporates would have said, nahi, hum khali experience wale log chahiye, right? Then, the sustainability of, let's say, an MBA product from the Indian context may not have been as sustainable, right? Now, what are the major provisions of the new education policy, right? We all are aware, gross enrollment ratio hame badhana hai, right, from 26% right now roughly to about 50%. Okay, so which means what's a gross enrollment ratio? The gross enrollment ratio is anybody who's eligible to do, let's say, an undergraduate degree is doing an undergraduate degree. So right now only 26% of the people who are eligible to do an undergrad degree are doing it. So the government wants to have a certain objective, which is try and increase that to 50% in the next few years, right? Now that doesn't mean that they will build or double the number of universities. Okay, you can't double the number of universities. A lot of investment is required. Okay, you can't double the number of colleges. So what that basically means is you have to be able to make changes to the current environment of education delivery to then see how capacities can be improved or increased within those contexts. Okay, so this is one major provision. And if you notice, a lot of the IIMs also have increased capacity. A lot of the IIMs have created integrated programs. A lot of IIMs have increased the number of seats for the, let's say, the MBA program. A lot of the IIMs are toying with the idea of the undergraduate program. And that's essentially in line with this whole idea of the new education policy to increase scale, to increase capacities across the educational system, right? I was talking earlier about holistic, multidisciplinary education, right? So you can be someone who's obviously doing an engineering degree, but at the same time, you can do something which is a little bit more artistic, and that possibly makes you a better leader. So there's a lot of encouragement for that. So the government is, why did government acknowledge the fact that you could do 2 degrees at the same time? And remember, it's not just one online and one offline. Now you can do 2 offline degrees at the same time. Right? So this is all facilitation that the new education policy and the government is trying to create for you. You can also have multiple exit and entry, which is called academic bank of credits, right? So which means that you could decide, just like in Western markets, you could decide that I want to do 1 year or 2 years. Maybe there's an issue, maybe there are problems at home, maybe I need to become a breadwinner in the family now. I can stop and start my education also. And the credits will get banked in a way, and you can decide to move to different locations or different universities as well, depending on whether the university accepts whatever credits you have or whatever university you're part of. Like I mentioned earlier, masters, undergraduate can be of 1 or 2 years duration, 3 years or 4 years. You can have integrated programs, the ability to pursue 2 academic degrees simultaneously. The bigger question obviously is, and this is something that universities answered a long time back, but a lot of standalone institutions have to answer, a lot of institutions that are independent in a way have to answer is, what's the next step? Okay, what's the next step in terms of scale? If you notice, a lot of the standalone business schools, you have the SPJNs of the world, you have the MDIs of the world, you have the IMTs of the world. A lot of them essentially operate under the AICT umbrella. Okay, and if they operate under the AICT umbrella, in the longer term, you'll see a unification of the higher education systems, the UGC and the AICT, they'll all merge because that's also a provision within the new education policy, right? Wherein you'll have one particular higher education, HECI as they call it. Okay, that also means that a lot of, let's say, the standalone institutions have to make decisions on what is their status, right? Either you're nudged to become a university, right? Or you get independent degree granting rights. So there's a lot of, like I was talking earlier about the perfect storm, I was talking earlier about uncertainty, I was talking earlier about, okay, what to do next. The other issue also is that if you do decide to become bigger than what you are right now, okay, that means scale. How do you operate at scale also becomes difficult or becomes a bigger question mark. So if you're someone who's essentially being able to provide students, let's say 500 students, 400 students with a great career, and you can see a lot of these packages that float around on social media and on the news, right? These guys have offered the highest salary of 1 crore, and the average is what, 28 lakhs or 27 lakhs. Okay, so that's also happening because the cohort size is on the smaller side. Okay, imagine when you have to start scaling up because you have to contribute to the overall objectives of the government to become much bigger than what you are. You have to be able to contribute, you have to operate at scale. A lot of those things are big questions that we all have to answer. How do you do the same level of quality? How do you deliver the same level of quality at a higher base of students? We all know that it's not that easy to be able to recruit faculty. Faculty accessibility is not easy. Infrastructure at times is a limitation. Land is a limitation. How do you do all that? This is all part of, let's say, a lot of questions which are thrown up by the opportunity that NEP actually gives you. What should business schools do? And this is a question that haunts us every day, right? Now, big questions. One of the question obviously is, why should we exist? Right? So what I'm fundamentally highlighting here is that the new education policy is an opportunity for people like us, but then it requires a lot of fundamental change from the grassroots level to be able to benefit from a lot of the opportunity that exists. Now, whether the opportunity is industry engagement, whether the opportunity is entrepreneurship, whether the opportunity is co-opting very different kinds of networks, whether the opportunity is doing social good, all these are all opportunities that are enshrined within the new education policy, right? But fundamentally, how do you rewire yourself right, becomes difficult. How do you change yourself as an institution or as an ecosystem becomes a bigger question mark in our minds. So I don't want to bore you with all this. What I'm just trying to highlight is the needs that are upon us, or the requirements that are upon us, are we able to deliver in the format that we are in? Okay, so what are the focus areas we might need to look at? One obviously is social benefit optimization, right, and the kind of impact. Over the over the last many years, possibly in the last 15, 20 odd years, we've started operating as business schools in a very narrow kind of objective aligned with, let's say, careers or placements or whatever else, which at times ourselves was to create public value. Okay, and over a period of time, whether we are creating that public value or not is something that we all have to be able to question, right? The other thing we've got to keep in mind is, if you want to operate at scale, if you want to ensure that more and more people are benefiting from our existence, we have to become more inclusive, we have to become more accessible, which also means that you don't expect the physical infrastructure to be enough or the only mode by which you are able to deliver something which is excellent. You as a system or educational institution will have to be able to incorporate a lot of different kinds of modes of delivery, right? Asynchronous, for example. That's the reason, if you notice, the new education policy allows a lot of organizations, institutions, educational establishments to offer online MBA programs, online PGDM programs. And the reason is very simple. If you want to reach 50%, you can't reach it without doing something very, very different to what you've been doing. The question obviously is whether there is a congruence or let's say some levels of alignment between the quality of delivery. That becomes a bigger question, right? Those are all things that we have to consider, we have to work on. Why do I use the need to have more public value is because over a period of time, and this is what a lot of criticism has been of what management education has done, is, are we training our students for just placements, or are we making them go beyond placements? So there's a gentleman actually, Mr. Rakesh Khurana, he's a researcher, he talks about the fact that we've all started being able to supply the world with hired hands, not necessarily with people with higher aims. How do we rediscover that becomes fundamentally important. The other aspect that becomes important, and something the NEP talks about, is entrepreneurship, right, or self-dependence or self-employment. It can only happen if we as institutions are not just able to teach what is entrepreneurship or teach for entrepreneurship, but also teach through entrepreneurship. Okay, we might all have incubation centers, we might all have, let's say, classes or credits, but are we doing justice to what we actually need? If you don't create an environment where people are able to practice through entrepreneurship, then I don't think we might be too successful as we go forward. So these are some of the things I just wanted to highlight. You have to make changes in terms of what you do. You have to make very, very different kind of partnerships. So far we made partnerships with the Western world, right? Some amount in the Southeast Asian context, right? But we have to start looking at very different kind of partnerships within the region as well. Okay, now this also brings in industry engagement. A place like IMT takes its industry engagement very, very seriously. So we have very different kind of systems in terms of the centers of excellence, the kind of projects we do with the industry, and we've been doing that for a very long time. Okay, but is that all? Can we rest on our laurels? You have to keep continuously improving as you go forward. Okay, and that's something that requires a lot of engagement, that requires a lot of very different approaches, that even requires sabbaticals by faculty in the industry as well. Okay, we always expect a different kind of sabbatical. Okay, but this also expects a lot, expects a lot of engagement of the faculty with the industry. So these are some of the ideas I want to throw. This can be used as a point of discussion, right? But there's a lot that you will see happening, changing as you go forward with respect to the new education policy. So thank you very much for the opportunity for me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights and highlighting the fact of multidiscipline and how important it is for the existence of the business school and what they should do to overcome the challenges and the opportunities. Thank you so much, sir. Next speaker for the session is Professor Dr. Partha Chatterjee, Academics and Professor of Economics at Shiv Nadar Institution of Eminence. A PhD in Economics from University of Minnesota, USA, Professor Chatterjee's research interests are broadly in macroeconomics, international economics, and issues related to emerging economies. His current research focuses on understanding economic performance and dynamics in India and other emerging economies. He has published in top journals and regularly contributes opinion pieces to leading newspapers and magazines. He has been quoted by and has made media appearances in leading global media outlets. He completed his MPhil in economics from IGIDR Mumbai and MSc and BSc honors in physics from Jadavpur University. Previously, Professor Chatterjee was a faculty member at NUS Business School, National University of Singapore, and Faculty of Management Studies, University of Delhi. At Shiv Nadar Institute of Eminence, he has served as the inaugural head of the economics department, which he has built grounds up, and also as Dean for International Partnership. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much for having me here and giving me this opportunity to talk about new national education policy, right? And I think it's very well thought of by the organizers that you had a business school perspective, and now I'm going to give you a much broader university-wide perspective of the national education policy, right? So I thought what I'll do is I will run through some of the main features of the national education policy and talk about them while I show some of the salient features, right? And because often what happens is in the news, in the discourse around national education policy, we focus on a few things, or we get to hear about certain aspects of it. So maybe a wider perspective would be useful. So that's my plan today, and of course then we can have more discussion later on, right? So can I have the slide changer, please? Oh, there. Thank you. All right. So even before we get on to talk about the exact features of the national education policy, let's see where are we, right? Where are we now? It's a little dated data, ends in 20, just before the COVID. I intentionally didn't want to bring in COVID period. And as Vishal mentioned, one of the main targets of the national education policy is to increase the gross enrollment ratio, that is enrollment in the higher education sector itself, right? But if you start now, in 19 it's about 26.3%, right now it has gone up to about 27%. So by 2035, if we have to get on to, if we have to achieve that 50%, you see that trend line there, that cannot work, right? So the first important understanding from this national education policy, the goals of it at least, is that there has to be something that is very disruptive, something that is not what's been happening right now, right? But if we look at the gross enrollment policy of the country, that kind of can be a little misleading, because you see there's a lot of variation across the country. So we need to understand also that kind of a variation that's happening across the country. In some states, it's much higher. In some states, it's very, very little, right? So what's happening in the different parts of the country? Often what happens, particularly us sitting at Delhi NCR, we probably don't get to see that, don't get to hear those news and lose perspective. But the thing is, it's really very varied across the country, and particularly if you see the map, there's a clear divide between the south and the north, right? So those are some of the things that's there right now. But why does it matter? Why are we talking about education? Why are we talking about national education policy and so on? And a big part of that answer lies in the fact that we, that is the country India, is a young nation, young in the sense that we have a huge population of young people, right? We are undergoing what is called the demographic transition. Right? So as a nation, we are going to grow older. The median age is going to grow higher. But at this point, we have a huge set of young population. And we have about 30 years, right, by when the demographic transition is complete. So if you look at the West today, or even China or Japan in particular, the proportion of old people is much higher than those of the young, right? And if a country reaches at that stage, it's much, much more difficult for a country to achieve high growth rates. And the next 30 years or so as a developed economy, we have to grow at about 8% per year, right? Nothing less than that. And that can only be achieved if we harness this power of youth. And if we have to do that, then the only way out is to educate people, right? There is no other option. And that's exactly why we need to look at what's happening in the education sector. And as the NEP 2020 says, we need an equitable access to highest quality education for all to ensure that we emerge as a developed economy in the next 25 to 30 years, right? The other point that, before I can get to the NEP particularly, that I wanted to bring out is, so in the last slide we did see some numbers on the universities, right? And it's steadily increasing. Number of universities in 2019 is 1993, right? There's also a panel there on quality of education, which hasn't been increasing a lot, right? But where are these, which types of universities are there? What are the different kinds of universities, right? Because again, in the news and all, when we talk about universities and higher education, it tend to focus on one or two of the kinds, right? The IITs or the IIMs and things like that, right? But where are the universities? So if you see, a large portion of our university, large share of the universities are actually state universities, both state public universities and state private universities. So a major share of our youth are not going to go through either the IITs or the central universities of the kind that often are featured in the newspapers and things like that. They are going to get educated through those kind of universities. So any kind of policies, any kind of system change that we think of has to be include those kind of universities. We just can't talk about the one or two different kinds of universities, right? So the Institute of National Importance, that's what includes the IITs and the IIMs, right? So that's about 13%. The rest are the largest share. State public universities are 38%. Right? And central universities, again, are about only 5% of the universities. So in our imagination, these often take up a lot of space, but that's not the case where, in reality, what's happening in higher education. Similarly, when we talk about education, or at least that's changed now a little bit, but what used to be, we often thought about public education, partly because people like me who all grew up with public education, right? But if you notice now, a larger share, in fact about 65–66% of the share of people who are studying in higher education are in private universities, like yours here, right? So we really need to think about that space. what's happening there, what can be done there, and how policy impacts that space. Because 66% of those universities are actually private universities, and it's actually increasing by the day. Whether it's good or bad, that's a different thing that we'll talk about later. So what are the salient features? And I have listed about 7. I know I don't have too much time, so I'll rush through these a little bit, but we can come back when you have questions and we can talk about it. The first thing it talks about is quality universities and colleges. And that's the highest challenge, I would say, right? We started by talking about GER, gross enrollment ratio, and we saw that it's increasing, and we saw that that's the target that we have set at 50%. Maybe it's achievable. Maybe through, as he mentioned, online education, maybe through, other modes, having different shifts in the universities, or whatever else, we can think of a ways where we can. But can we achieve this, the quality? Because today, what's happening is we do have a lot of students coming out, getting a degree, and as you mentioned, for example, the undergraduate degree is often seen valueless, right? Then what's the point of having that education? Today, when we talk about in India whether we can become a manufacturing powerhouse, right? When manufacturing is moving out of China, can we attract that? Can we attract semiconductor industry? That's the holy grail for all countries right now. And the biggest challenge is not capital. Biggest challenge is not that where can we get that kind of money. The biggest challenge is that we do not have that set of people who have that kind of a skill, that kind of an education. What education does is it may not, so education, by the way, I'm digressing a little bit. Education you should not think of is as a training for certain jobs or a manual of certain things, right? Education does a whole lot of different things. But in particular, what education allows us to do is allows us to think in terms of more complex systems and perform complex jobs. And even that kind of a manufacturing setup where there are semiconductors being manufactured, or mobile not assembled but actually manufactured, it's complex jobs even at the lowest levels. So while we are getting students out of colleges, they often do not have that capacity or the capability to do things. So we really need to focus on this bit very, very much. Second, it's holistic and multidisciplinary education, right? And that's also a challenge. Again, as Vishal pointed out, that in India, we have a whole lot of standalone university or institutes and colleges and things like that, right? So it's a challenge, and it's actually a very interesting question, that how do we go from that, where there are all of these institutes and colleges which are doing maybe a particular thing, maybe a biotechnology college, maybe a management college, maybe an engineering college, right? And from there, we need to get to, according to the NEP, to a multidisciplinary education, right? But also, in that sense, we have to ask this question, that what is multidisciplinarity, right? And as we were talking during the lunch, for example, is multidisciplinarity just, does it just mean that we introduce something general education courses and that's it, right? So that's another thing that we need to think about, that what is multidisciplinary education? And well, I have my opinion on that. So multidisciplinarity, by the way, does not mean that you do not get a good education in a particular discipline. In fact, that's what it has to be. It has to transcend few disciplines, or at least a couple of disciplines. And that cannot happen until and unless you, as a student, or me as a professor, or someone else who's in that area, is actually a very, very good disciplinary person. So it's a very complex thing, and it's again not easy as the NEP suggests, right? So that's something, again, something for us to ponder over. Catalyzing quality academic research in all fields. Again, you know, a very, very challenging goal, right? But research is critical. Research is critical not only for innovation and, you know, things like that that we talk about, but research is also critical for educating our young people. Because unless we bring in that sense of inquiry, that sense of trying to find a question even before trying to get to an answer, progress is difficult, right? And that's why this goal is there. By the way, I'll take a couple of minutes to talk about how did this happen that in a country like India, where education and research has been separated, right? I mean, today, most of the universities have become simply teaching universities, right, where research doesn't happen. Or even in a place like Delhi University, where departments and colleges are separated, where research happens somewhere, but the teaching happens elsewhere, right? So education policy for India did not come till the 60s. The first education policy came in about 1960s, right? But what really impacted the higher education sector is the science and technology policy. Just after independence, what happened was there was a great debate between two physicists and Jawaharlal Nehru in between, Meghnad Shah on one side and Homi Bhabha on the other side, right? We were thinking about how to build universities, how to build research, and in particularly how to build research that allows progress of the country, right? And at that debate, while Meghnad Shah was focused on bringing the research into the universities and building research centers within universities, he was looking at the American model and trying to say that, okay, that's the kind of way to go. Homi Bhabha was very enamored with the German model at that time and said, no, we need to find separate space for research institutes. And therefore, the CSIR came about. So while we talk about, why am I saying this? Because we have to understand that education is not impacted only by the education policy, but a whole set of other things, right? Okay, and therefore what happened was research budget went to somewhere else, and the universities were starved of research budget. And the research did not really happen in the universities. And that's what this National Research Foundation that has been set up is trying to change. Whether that will happen or not, and its big question is how it will be funded, and all of it we'll still see. But it has been set up, so that's a progress that has been made. Now, I have really 1 minute, so I will not get into a lot of the rest of the things. I'll just really quickly run through that. So the other thing that the NEP wants universities and institutes to think about is how can we end fragmentations? Because if you see on the right-hand side, the top panel, that a bulk of our colleges and institutes, about 80% of them has less than 500 students, right? And that is itself a challenge, because then how do you ensure quality? How do you ensure things like having great teachers, research, all of it within that small thing, right? So therefore, can we think of a way in which clusters can be built where collaborations and communications across these places can happen, and so on and so forth, right? So the regulatory system, that has been, a challenge, let's just put it that way. So that's also undergoing, or supposed to undergo, change, which hasn't happened because this has to be done through an act of parliament. And finally, sorry, is the second last actually. I could spend hours talking about this, right? We can get the infrastructure, we can get a lot of other things. As I said, in India, you know, you think about that capital or investment is a challenge, but the human capital is a far bigger challenge. And getting capable faculty members is a really, really good challenge. So, you know, if you have great faculty here, you're lucky, and that's something that we really, really need to think about, that how do we build that capacity in the country. And finally, it's the governance structure that matters a lot, because the governance structure dictates what happens eventually across the universities and so on, right? So how can we build, and remember we talked about a lot about public versus private, and governance structure in both are very important, very different kinds of challenges, but we need to think about governance structures in both the kinds and how to have universities that can actually lead the path. Okay, so that's, I'm not going to go sum up, that's all that I had to say, and I can take more questions later and we can get into those. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for emphasizing the power of youth, public-private partnership. 65% of the space which has been occupied by the private universities, skilled faculty, and last but not the least, which even Dr. Talwar has emphasized a lot, that is multidisciplinary type of education. Thank you so very much, sir. Our next speaker for the day is Professor Harsh V. Verma, Faculty of Management Studies, University of Delhi. Professor Harsh V. Verma is professor at Faculty of Management Studies. He is specialized in the area of marketing like consumer behavior, service marketing, brand management, and his PhD from FMS University of Delhi and participated in GCPL, Harvard Business School. He has published 6 books: Marketing of Services, Strategies for Success, Managing a Service Business Successfully, Service Marketing, Brand Management, Brand Demystified, from Plan to Pay Off Marketing. He regularly contributes to scholarly journal and has authored over 100 pieces of academic writing. One of his earlier article titled Packaging a Magic Tool for Marketer was reprinted in the World's Executive Digest in June 1987 as one of the best management articles worldwide. He regularly conducts training program in the area including quality, value, service marketing. In leisure time, he writes a blog, Marketing Crow, where he explores marketing phenomena from socio-cultural perspective. Professor Harsh is also known as No Plus Nothing author, trainer, and blogger. I request Professor Harsh to share his thought on the theme, please.
Thank you very much. So first of all, personal gratitude to your Vice Chancellor, Professor Taruna. And I am a kind of odd person here. Everybody here is kind of, some kind of associated with this structure. And I am independent of structure, so I'm free to talk whatever I wish to talk, right? So when Taruna initially spoke with me about this particular thing, I said, education policy. I have nothing to do with education policy. Then Taruna, and I declined, and then Taruna called me again. So you gotta come. Then what do you do as a professor? I got down and started making notes. So I started digging up. I started digging up and I started digging up, right? And that structure thing is not for me. So I'm not going to talk about structure, right? And I tried to study carefully and something stuck up in my mind. I, as a professor, bore people, right? And there is no mention about how to get students on board. and especially after post-lunch, when your metabolism is kind of kicking, isn't it? And some happy hormones and some sleepy hormones are kicking in, you know. So it becomes very difficult for a professor. So I said, what is it I can speak on, right? And then I started to look at the education policy, and I was looking for some special words, right, where I can talk about something. What I came across was that, well, there was a line about memorizing, right? The new education policy aims at or try to shift access from memorizing to thinking. Now the point is, what do we do in classes? As a professor, what do we do in classes? Now if you look at student-professor engagement, right? So the course or the content, right, we suppose is king. So what do you do? What do you end up doing, Vishal? So we make a glossy course content, and God damn, you know, our course content is as good as Harvard or even better in terms of volume, right? And on the other hand, our, I will not say objects, rather the subjects of my misdemeanor which happens in class, right? You are subject, you know, subject to barrage of blah, 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 which goes on, right? So there are two things. Teacher is king in the class, right? And teacher is king because of the content he knows. Long live the teacher, and teacher is dead. ChatGPT. The god of all contents is ChatGPT. So professor is kind of dead. Dead with respect to the content. Yes? Now the question is, so teacher-student content, somewhere in between is process. Education policy is absolutely silent about the fact that, well, this is the vision. How are you going to materialize that in creating, okay, pupil who can think? And the word which they use are critical thinkers. God damn. Critical thinkers. Now, do we produce actually critical thinkers? Answer is absolutely not, because in India, professors are sacrosanct. They speak from a high pedestal. Students are recipient, and the moment you ask a question, what do? I degrade your grades. So questioning is killed. Curiosity is killed. So the issue is, education policy is very, very silent about that. So should we pay attention to the process? Answer is absolutely yes. You may have great institution in the name of infrastructure. You may have a great policy, right? But the instruction or the process by which, so when you talk about education, what is education? We think education is sharing of knowledge. Answer is no. Education is not sharing of the knowledge, because knowledge you can access. You don't require a teacher. So what is the job of the teacher? What is it? So in Harvard, there's a book which they give you when you go as a professor there, okay? Training for judgment. So education is about preparing a participant to able to make judgments, right? Not absorb judgments. So what do we do when we go into class? We share content, and in fact we try to pass on our conclusions onto the students, and we assess students in terms of how well they are able to rote or memorize and reproduce. the teaching is skilled, the education is skilled. So in my opinion, we need to look at small words maybe in education policy and elaborate upon them. So what is the teaching situation? Our education system, okay, values memorization. We value memory. And memory, I tell my students, memory is good. Memory is good for survival. Memory is good for survival. So when you are in a dangerous situation, right? Like in a jungle, right? When you're in a jungle, all the time you need to be very, very cautious about the fact that there might be a predator. So what do you require? You require decoded subconscious memory as to you can subconsciously read signals and alert yourself. And so memory is all about returnization. Memory is all about predictability. Memory is all about taking a jump over your thinking. Because the memorized responses are all about nothing but generalization, right? Take example, I was reading, yes? He says that, well, what is critical thinking all about? So the critical thinking is about suspending the judgment. Critical thinking is suspending the judgment. And this judgment is automatically programmed in our mind. Now, take example, if you happen to look at a person who is kind of shabby, poor looking, what is the probability that we'll say, oh, he's a nasty guy? So our memory system is immediately arriving you to take a judgment that, well, you need to move away from him, right? But is that true? Answer is there is no reflection. So what I'm saying, memory, judgment, efficiency, right? And killing off the faculty which you are supposed to sharpen at the level of student-teacher interaction. So what do you need to do? Idea is that, well, how do we create, okay, thinkers who think and conclude on their feet, not my understanding, right? So what essentially, the process part in education policy is silent. When I say process part, it is about engagement methodology. So how we can, okay, elaborate education policy wherein it only makes one statement. The shift should move from memorizing to thinking, right? When the shift moves from memorizing to thinking, we are actually performing a role by which we are making these people free. Otherwise, it is all dependence. I can speak a lot because it was a typical, good professor doing a lot of notes, but I will refrain here because time is, we can engage in some kind of question answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for emphasizing the role of a teacher in the class, looking at the teaching situation, value, interpreting memory, judgment, and then reflecting it with an example. If given a chance, I'd like to quote Professor Verma's statement. I quote, "Sir, professionally I teach to earn bread, but my butter comes from learning. Marketing is a fluid discipline which throws up new patterns every day. It is interesting to be an observer to such phenomena and study patterns." Thank you so much for such a wonderful quote, sir. I move on to the next speaker, Dr. Ravi Kumar Jain, Director, Sparsh Business School. Dr. Ravi Kumar Jain, a strong advocate for startups, bring over 20 years of extensive experience in family business management, teaching, research, consulting, and academic administration. Recognized for his focus on building institution and fostering innovation, he has played pivotal roles in establishing and leading prominent educational organizations. Dr. Jain is renowned for his prolific research with over 100 publications and authorship of editing more than 40 books across various business management domains. His significant contribution have been earned him numerous accolades, including the prestigious Best Director of Business School Award in 2018. We welcome you, sir, and over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. I can understand that. There are two types of lunches. Amitabh Bachchan says, दो तरह के मच्छर होते हैं. I discovered, especially attending these such forums, there are two types of lunches. There is working lunch which help us to work after lunch. Then there is lunch which works. Let me do one exercise to ensure that despite a great session, an attempt by my predecessors to wake you up, I still see some sleeping souls. So let me do one exercise. Can you all stand up? Students, faculty has concession. Raise your right hand. Yeah? Wave it. Pat on your back. Sit down. This pat on the back is for you to make it to this institution and be mindful of the fact that you are among those top 10% of the students enrolled, or over 42 million students enrolled in higher education. You are among the top 10 who has privilege of such a great enabling facility for learning. So a big round of applause for yourself that you have made it to this place. I'm reminded of a session, we are all professors, all are academicians, and unfortunately we are all tuned to 75 to 90 minutes of talking. Very difficult to restrict ourselves. I tried, I prepared a note, as Professor Verma suggested, we all prepared notes yesterday evening. Kal kya bolna hai? But then after listening to three stalwarts, I have put down my notes there. And I thought, let me see something else that I can do. एक बार हरियाणा के कॉलेज में ऐसे इनविटेशन मिला, तो 75 मिनट के भाषण के बाद somebody with pagdi and all came with a lat in hand. I thought, I'm gone for the day. I said, भाई साहब, he said, no sir, आप तो हमारे मेहमान हैं, मैं तो उनको ढूंढ रहा हूँ जिन्होंने आपको बुलाया है. So Dr. Taruna Gautam is the culprit. If I overshoot, or if you don't like my talk, you know whom to approach. Thank you, Dr. Karuna Gautam, for creating this opportunity to interact with bright future of India. You are going to lead. Now, topic for today was SDG 4, which is talking about equitable, inclusive education, right? And then NEP 2020, which perhaps reflect the SDG 4, right? But before that, let me again engage with you. You all have your mobile phones with you? Now, fortunately, in my class, normally I make it compulsory to bring your gadgets. Mobile mat lao, aisa ki instruction nahi hota hai. Now, please quickly Google what is the difference between learning and education. Quickly, 30 seconds. I'm sure you can do in less than that. Learning and education. And जो पहले हाथ ऊपर करेगा वो बोलेगा. Oh yeah? Great, go ahead. What's your name? Can somebody roll the mic there? Professor, bear with me. I'm only setting the ground for you to talk next. So they're all well woke up.
Good morning,
please
sir.
go ahead.
I'm Sudhi. So learning is a lifelong process, and education, on the other hand, is just one approach to learning. And for a
in simple terms, perfect, right? Now, one observation here is, you click the first link. You didn't explore. You would have got a much deeper understanding, but simple terms, learning is basically more proactive for the learner if he wishes to learn. Education essentially is a structured approach to enable that learning. So education is one aspect or one formal structure to enable or help the learner learn. Many people, without going to school or college and all, they have learned important lessons of life and livelihood, have made money for themselves, career for themselves, provided well for their families, and so on and so forth. There is no correlation between level of education, in fact quality of education, and quality of life and career that you make. The difference is how much you have learned, how well you have learned, and how well you have applied those learnings. There are three aspects of education and three aspects to knowledge. In fact, when professor said teacher is dead, education is dead, it is a good news. For a simple reason, we have been following, especially in Indian context, the Macaulay's model for the last 200 years plus. And that structure was developed to create talent pool for the imperial offices, not just in India but across the globe. They wanted manpower to rule the world, right? They wanted people who can understand the English language and English mindset, who carry that English mindset and spirit, and they do it. If that education, as per Professor Verma, if it is getting killed, it's a good news. We have an opportunity to invoke the Vedic learning, where the three aspects of education, three C's I would say, is character building, competency building, and capability building. And there is a defined timeline for that. Says first 12 years, especially from 6 to 12, year 6 to 12, all your education or learning should be directed towards creation of character, the value systems, the morals that you live by. Through what? Through social learning at home, with parents, with siblings. Between 12 and 18, said competency building is the second C of education. It's rooted in the Vedic education system, where you build one competency or a few competencies or a bouquet of competencies which will help you to lead your life meaningfully with decent work and decent living. That is the spirit of SDG 4. With this access to learning, access to education for decent work, decent livelihood. Competency building is the second important aspect of education as per the Vedic knowledge system or Vedic education system. And the third aspect is capability building. The competencies, when they are implemented at a larger scale, an accounts officer, if he is looking at development of standards and accounts for thousands of crores, you have taken the competency of accounting to with big capabilities at a larger scale. The third aspect looks at the scale as the name of the game. NEP structurally advises or advocates that Indian education system should start focusing on these three C's of education. Then universities and colleges obviously talks about scale.
It says when you have a target of GER to be doubled up, that is to go up to 50% from 25, 26% earlier. Now it is some 27.5 plus percent. We are growing from 38.5 million students in 2020 or 2018-19. We are today almost nearing to 44 million students in higher education system, 44 million odd. Universities were given again the mandate, or colleges or institutions of higher education, the three aspects: knowledge creation, knowledge dissemination, and knowledge application. Knowledge creation essentially through research, development, where you talk about critical thinking, critical analysis, building on the past, advocating new frameworks, constructs, and theories, and so on and so forth. So knowledge creation through research universities. Knowledge dissemination, where you disseminate high quality knowledge to a larger scale through teaching institutions, or you can say by way of disseminating knowledge. Yes, we have a competition, especially in this segment, where ChatGPTs and Googles of the world gives you a lot of knowledge, or put a lot of knowledge, a lot of information, I won't say knowledge, a lot of information at your disposal. The ability of institutions or faculty members, with whatever interventions that they can develop, be as creative as possible, to help them to enable this generation which has information overload, to curate, filter, and process. Vishal talked about data analytics. Your ability to process that information, humongous information. In fact, that kind of information brings in a lot of incomprehensibility. You are overwhelmed oftentimes. And the first link that you get, you quickly lap onto that and say, oh, that's what you understand. You don't deep dive, right? So the idea of knowledge dissemination is enable the learner to fathom through this information overload. That's the second core objective, or the deliverable, that we as institutions of higher education should take away from NEP and strive to work towards that. And the third aspect is application of knowledge. Whether it is through your incubation center or experiential learning models, or have industry interface, or in fact have a joint programs, joint delivery, and co-creation of value of learning, is application of knowledge, where you enable the learner, provide the environment, enabling ecosystem to apply what has been learned. Because once you apply, you develop the so-called competency and also scale up to build capabilities. Be careful, there is a huge focus on skilling, and skilling. I would say skilling alone would not be sufficient. It is the competency that is required. When you can apply a skill, that becomes competency. For example, I know Excel, all formulas very well, by the palm of my left hand, or at a quick snap I can churn out all the formulas of Excel. Can I apply that for understanding the churn pattern of my human resource at my company? Or can I analyze the sales pattern? What's happening to my sales department? And can I get into more granular understanding of those numbers? So if I can't, and if I don't have the competency of applying the skill of my so-called Excel sheet, then it's not going to give you anything in return, right? So it is skill plus competency. There are 4 aspects that SDG 4, or 5 aspects rather, I would draw from what SDG 4 talks about or asks for to achieve, collectively at a global level, and what NEP advocates on the same lines, and what we have as institutions responsibility is to talk about equity and inclusion in providing quality education for all. So the words to be taken home are equity and inclusion, where I'm sure in the morning session you have had details about what is equity, what is inclusion, several parameters and all. I want to add one parameter to that, where apart from age, gender, region, language and all, speed of learning. Give a choice to the learner to learn at their own pace, at their own place, of their own choice. Don't restrict it to so-called duration-based degrees and so on. Competence-based degrees can be, this is something which policy makers have to think about, or perhaps we all have to rally around those things and put across our points. Instead of 3-year, 4-year, 2-year degree formats, you can always say these number of credits in certain competencies. If you demonstrate, you are eligible for award of so and so certificate. That would be the third M of. I was expecting not to get this, but let me close that with a solution. We have been talking about problem statement or what is to be done. Let me make an attempt of what can be done or what should be done. And we all, in one way or other, in some piecemeal basis, we all have attempted, whether it is at IMT or whether it is at other institutions, we all are doing in our own way. When you talk about quality education for all, we are looking at big numbers. Globally, 230 million students are enrolled in higher education, of which 40+ million are in India, and we are talking about 80 to 100 million in the next 12 years. By 2035 is the target. You can't do it with the brick and mortar model. You have to adopt technology, enable that to be able to create something like tech-enabled learning, tech-powered learning, and tech-infused learning. The outcome of, because I got the slip, I'm not getting into the details, but the outcome of these three aspects of tech-enabled, tech-powered, and tech-infused curriculum would be to provide personalization of effective learning, where you can choose to learn what you want to learn, where you want to learn, at your pace, at your place. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you, sir, for the correlation between education, knowledge, and career. Also emphasizing Vedic education with 3 C's, highlighting the salient features of SDG 4, and last but not the least, the speed of learning. Thank you so very much. The last but not the least speaker, Professor UM Amin. Professor UM Amin has been a result-oriented professional having 47+ years of experience that include over 18 years in academic as Professor of Management Studies. His experience in industry has been in the areas of strategy formulation and implementation, project sales and marketing, business development, key account management and projects. He has been involved in marketing of capital goods, a former director and professor of management at Center of Management Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. Professor Amin has been teaching subjects that include strategic management, marketing management, and elective subjects like B2B marketing, international marketing, sales and distribution, etc. for the last 18 years. Professor Amin obtained BE honors in chemical engineering from BITS Pilani and MTech from IIT Delhi. Subsequently, he completed MBA Marketing and PhD Strategic Management from Faculty of Management Studies, FMS, University of Delhi. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Vishal Talwar, Professor Partha Chatterjee, very dear Professor Harsh Verma, and Professor Jain, Taruna ma'am, Dr. Nehar, faculty colleagues, and my dear students. I'm the last one to be here, and I don't know how much time we have left with. 15 minutes, she's kind to me, and she's saying still 15 minutes as she's giving to other other speakers. Now, when this topic came about, I had also been like Professor Harsh Verma, thinking as to what I should be putting in place, structure it in the way he has put it. And just as he started digging, I also started digging, but I dug out the material for which I already carried out digging about 2 years ago, in the immediate aftermath of NEP being put in place for some other engagement. So I put a structure in place, but I thought that quite a few points have been covered already. And Taruna ma'am said that at best what you do is just summarize whatever has been said. So I think I will try and stick to that and do some justice to the topic. I had listed, when I look back on my earlier document, I had about 40 plus points, which were typically highlights of what NEP 2020 is. From there, I culled down to 34, and listening to the dignitaries here, I thought I'll just pinpoint some of these highlights of NEP, maybe with little specificity. But second aspect of my structure would be around the timelines which have been envisaged in the NEP itself and what's going on. And finally, I'll conclude by articulating opportunities and threats as I view it, kind of summarizing the whole thing. Now, already the various points have been discussed, but I thought that NEP 2020 calls for setting up of a national mission on foundation literacy and numeracy by Education Ministry. I do not know whether that has been effected as of now. We are all about, we all hear about a new National Assessment Center. Parak will be set up. Now, there are no signs. I think we are still continuing with AICT's and NARC accreditation process. Similarly, the policy talks about National Professional Standards for Teachers, NPST. That will be developed by, that is more relevant to school education, but that will be developed in consultation with NCRT, and there has been a timeline put for that, and that is already gone by. Then similarly, states will have some obligations in terms of State School Standards Authority and so on and so forth. Gross enrollment ratio, already a lot has been said, and I think it's going to be a daunting task to really achieve that. Capacity building is one. I was in IGNOU a couple of days ago, and I asked them as to what is the number of intake which you have at the moment. 50,000 every year they take. And to talk about quality of those who are coming out from that, and we are talking about online and education, we are talking about distance education. If you look at I'm part of the process which evaluates students also selectively. Lot needs to be desired, right? So it's not about numbers alone, it's the quality as one of the dignitaries had said. Academic bank of credit, yes, the chief guest talked about it in Lucknow University, but I do not know how many universities have put this particular bank in place. We're talking about MERUs at par with IITs, IIMs, to be set up as models of best multidisciplinary education for global standards in the country. These are all laudable terms, and I think ground situation will really motivate us to really have a hard look as to what are the things that are being done at the moment. HECI, probably all of us will see when UGC per se will be converted into HECI. Then we talk about, the policy talks about national curriculum framework for teachers education. And finally, internationalization of education will be facilitated both through international collaborations, setting up of some initiatives have been taken by IITs, for example, to set up offshore campuses overseas. Now, talk about very briefly about the implementation timelines as envisaged in NEP 2020. Multiple exit and entry points. And this should have been done, put in place in toto. The date is already over. It should have been done by 2022. So this was a very laudable objective which I had put, but achievement of that. ABC, again, I talked about. Common interest tests, of course, there have been sub-initiatives. NTA has been mandated. At least central universities have put a common entrance examination in place. Establishment of Higher Education Commission of India should have been done by 2022. I'm just trying to take a snapshot as to what has been the progress so far in terms of the timelines which have been put in the education policy itself. Similarly, I talked about National Higher Education Regulatory, I talked about NARC, for example. So National Higher Education Regulatory Council with 4 verticals will function, and that timeline is also over. So given the scenario, and for example, I had collected some details on school education, for example. Formulation of a new comprehensive national curricular framework for school education, that should have been done by end of 2021. I do not know what is the situation. NPST for teachers, and importantly about school education, extending support to early childhood care and education, ECCE. That's of course some time away, and Jamia University, from where I come from, there is a robust program which has been put in place and it's been running for decades, and to a lot of effectiveness, right? Because that's a catchment area which requires dental care, and this program, Early Child Care at Jamia, is a model which could be possibly emulated. Establishment of NRF, Professor Chatterjee has already talked about it, and a lot of issues. So in substance, in sum, I have gone through these provisions very briefly and the timelines, but to me, what are the opportunities and challenges which lie ahead? Opportunities, of course, emphasis on holistic and multidisciplinary education, promotion of critical thinking, creativity and innovation, integration of vocational and skill development, a lot of initiatives with the government also, embracing technologies, a lot needs to be, and I will quote a particular example which I was able to lay hand a couple of days ago. Focus on early childhood care and education, promoting inclusive education and bridging socio-economic gaps, and that is what where some of the central universities are doing a great job. Encouraging private research and innovation in education, and strengthening teacher training and professional development. There's a dire need for upskilling and reskilling of the teachers if you were to really achieve the objectives as laid down in NP 2020. Challenges, I thought, if you really want to do it in true spirit, it'll call for BPR, business process re-engineering, right? The entire reshaping the existing education system. And so revolutionary steps need to be taken, basically. Adequate funding and resource allocation, that's a huge issue. Addressing the regional and linguistic diversity. We all know our country's diversity in terms of language and culture and so on and so forth. Overcoming resistance, change from the traditional stakeholders who are already grounded, and that will call for Herculean effort. Training and capacity building for teachers, mentoring and evaluation mechanisms, balancing central guidelines with state-specific. We all know education falls under concurrent list, and therefore this will amount to reconciling a lot of. Now about school education, I just laid a hand on a report which is known as ASA report, Annual Status of Education Report 2023, which was out in January, Beyond the Basics, and on 2 aspects. ability, foundational skills, and numeracy. See, this time they carried out this survey around 14 to 18-year-olds, right? And the finding has been that about 25% of this age group still cannot read a standard 2 level text fluently in their regional language. That's the state of affairs. More than half struggle with division, 3 digits by 1 digit problems. Only 43.3% of 14 to 18-year-olds are able to do such problems correctly. Even such rudimentary thing as measuring length. And if 85% of the respondents were able to really measure, if they were given that you have the choice that you start from 0 and measure the length. But if the starting point was shifted down the scale, the number came down to about 43%. Half of them could not really measure length. Now this is the ground situation. And I think with these thoughts, I will be leaving you. There are a lot of questions need to be answered. I know it is a laudable document, but then ground situation demands the Herculean task to be put in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for summarizing inaugural session, plenary session 1, and the abstract from the session 2 as well. Thank you so much, sir. Now the forum is open for question and answer session, please.
Ma'am, I just wanted to ask.
Appreciate if you introduce yourself and the question is to whom.
So, ma'am, my question is to Mr. Pratha, sir. So, sir, my name is Uwesh Tariq. I am currently pursuing MBA. So, my question is, the NEP has stated to realize the goal of the new policy, the country has to raise the public spending on education to 6% of the GDP. So, sir, how will you address this?
So this actually goes back to the third education policy, which is the Kothari Commission. And in there the suggestion has been that the expenditure on education has to be increased to about 6%, but it has never been done, right? And even now it's not done. However, you have to remember one thing, that education is concurrent, which means that both center as well as states have a role to play. So we need to think about total expenditure, and even that has not increased. And that's where I think the participation of philanthropic organizations and so on can bridge the gap, and we have to encourage that a lot. However, the role of the government and public education cannot be underestimated, right? I mean, if we are talking about mass education, we are talking about 50% GER, then leaving to chance is not something that can work for the country. So obviously, we would expect the allocation to education to go up, but again, I mean, that's something that all of us want all the time. We don't know whether that will happen or not. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I have one more question to Vishal, sir. Sir, the next question is related to marketing. It is not related to NEP basically. So, according to you, what one thing or which skill a marketing student should inculcate himself? Like, he should have that one thing.
So one skill that a marketing student should have is what you say. Okay. It depends on your experience. Look, if I look at this whole concept of society 5.0, right? So when we talk about industry 5.0, and you must have heard of these terms, right? We're moving towards that, flexible manufacturing, digital manufacturing, or whatever you want to call it. The fact is that there will be space and requirement for certain what is perceived as low skill work, and then there'll be space for very high skill work, right? That middle layer is where things will become very topsy-turvy in terms of requirements, in terms of replacement with automation, robotics or artificial intelligence or whatever. So that middle layer where most of us fall, let's face it, most of us fall in the middle layer, is the most threatened layer currently and will be increasingly more threatened as we go forward. So as a management graduate or any graduate from the university, you have to see whether you're able to, by yourself, by the facility that the institution provides you, try and move towards that above layer. What do people say? Nowadays, a lot of the work, whether you're finance graduate, you don't have to match your balance sheets anymore, right? You don't have to, from a legal standpoint, you don't necessarily have to be able to read all the cases as much as you had to in the past. A lot of your requirement will be around, okay, what are the implications, right? What are the decisions that I need to make? What if, what else? What that basically means that your ability to make on-the-spot decisions, well thought out, or, which basically is not about you, but it's about the entire institution or the entire organization. It affects not just you, your family, but it affects essentially your cluster of people who are reporting to you. So what I'm trying to highlight here is that a lot of us as educational institutions as well, we have to see how we are able to ensure we are pushing people up or nudging people up into the highly skilled zone. Because for low skills, they don't require us, let's face it. They require us to be able to transform people who are currently either now or in the slightly longer term affected by technology and digital transformation. Okay, so anything that will take you there. So Sir talked about critical thinking. Sir talked, reflective orientation, not just problem solving, problem identification, right? Problem solving is, we know we need to be able to solve problem, but what is the problem to be solved? A lot of us are not able to do that. A lot of those things are where you will have to be pushing yourselves up. Unfortunately, what is happening at this stage is that because of socio-psychological or social media or whatever else, our attention spans are not necessarily geared in that direction. So what's happening is there are divergent interests that are taking you away from what should ideally make you more reflective. But the way technology is affecting a lot of organizations or industries or sectors require you to get into the other zone. Right? So which means that to be reflective, you have to start reading more. And it's not just what's happening in the classroom. Right? You have to start taking a lot of knowledge in from whatever sources you possibly get. All that faculties are able to do now is become much better navigators, right, of that whatever information is available. So to cut a long story short, what I'm trying to highlight here is that anything that is able to take you up, right, add value, add impact, right, is where you should be focusing on.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Mohammad Anas and I am from MBA first year. Sir, my question is from Dr. Harshvardhan, sir. Sir, as you mentioned about the fact that all the educational institutions... Good afternoon, sir. Sir, as you mentioned about the fact that all the education institutions shift from the old learning process that mainly focuses on memorizing and shift on the process of developing critical thinking among the students. So what are your views on the fact that how the NEP can be beneficial to implement this system of critical thinking development among the students?
NEP's role in how NEP is better?
Yes, sir. What's the role of NEP in developing critical thinking?
The role of NEP is that, well, it mentions that, well, the shift should happen from memorizing to critical thinking. Now, it's for the institutions to change their methodology of engagement with the students. That's what it is.
Yes, sir. Sir, as you mentioned that because of the introduction of ChatGPT, the critical thinking is like going downwards among the students. So what can be the solution for this?
Thinking is not encouraged.
Yes.
So you'll remember if you have a small child at home, young mothers, often the child will come back weeping and crying. What happened if you ask child? I asked a question, right? And the teacher snubbed. Right? So the questioning is dead. Yes. So the moment questioning is dead, curiosity is dead. When curiosity is dead, the belief and assumption relationship is dead. So what do? Whosoever tells you, that's it. So our system has been rewarding the conformists, or the one who sticks to the prescriptions made by teachers. The moment you start, like take example 12th standard, if you do not know the key words which the teachers use to evaluate, your marks will go down. So there is a drastic need to change the way we conduct teaching or the way we impart education. There is a drastic, take example PowerPoint. What is happening with PowerPoint here? It's an easy methodology to kill class. All you're doing is explaining. You're goddamn explaining. That's your explaining. Let the student find or discover his or her own explanation. My job is to create environment. My job is to create environment so that they go into that process of discovering or chiseling their own understanding, not take my understanding. That's what is happening. I think I have answered you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
As a moderator, I think I'm privileged to at least ask one or two questions. So I have a question for Partha, sir. So few weeks back, you have given a news to a journalist in a group of journalists in Kolkata, where you have stated, I quote, the state of higher education in India and what the future holds. The various ways of shaping the future of the student to be leaders in solving complex challenges. So when you say state of higher education in India and what the future holds, I want to understand what does that imply, and also the students to be leader in solving the complex challenges. What does this is in context with, sir?
Okay. So I think there are two parts to this. I mean, one is, of course, the current state of education and what it should be. So while today we talked about the national education policy, the fact is that we are witnessing a lot of change, right? And a lot of change both in terms of technology as well as society, and the whole idea of globalization. All of these are undergoing a lot of change, and we as educationists have to react to that, right? In particular, for example, we just talked about ChatGPT and so on and so forth. That means we need to understand what that technology brings. It's not to fear that technology, but to be able to harness the power of that technology, right? Now, if you think about it, what are the grand challenges of our times, right? The grand challenges of our time are, some of the grand challenges of our time is, for example, environmental issues, right? Climate change, energy transition, social harmony, adapting to new technology, all of these kind of challenges that we see in today's time are complex. Complex in the sense that it cannot probably be solved by one discipline, right? It cannot probably be solved using a single kind of a tool. So we really need to be able to create people for tomorrow, students who will be able to first solve these problems, right? But it's not enough to say that we need to be able to solve this problem. We have to also be able to ask questions and figure out which are the problems to solve, right? One is, okay, we can say that, yes, we need to figure out how to adapt and adopt mitigation policies for climate change, right? But then somebody has to go down to the level and say, okay, what are the ways this climate change is happening? What are the ways the different kind of economic activities are contributing to that? And what are the ways we can mitigate some of these things without hurting, for example? So, for example, right now this whole challenge in climate change and environmental policy is this growth versus energy transition and environmental adaptation, right? So in the West, there's a whole concept of degrowth that's happening. But is that something that is good for us in the country? So all these questions have to be asked by the people, right? So that's where. Now the question is that possible in the current state of our higher education? Right? And that is where I think NEP talks a lot about this critical thinking and all of it. But again, NEP is just a document that talks about it. How do we go about implementing it? How do we go about ensuring that some of these things are met? And that's, to a certain extent, a lot on us.
Tanu ma'am, can I ask one more question, or should we proceed ahead? Okay. So with this, we close the Q&A session. Thank you so very much, sir.
So ma'am, the loudest clap was when you said the session's done. So I think
I request Dr. Taruna Gautam, Vice Chancellor, IILM University, Dr. Nihar Ramonkar, Director, School of Management, to come forward for the felicitation of the guest speakers, please. Lots of questions. No plus nothing is equal to so many things we have written. We could have discussed, but yeah, time is always a constraint. Yeah. Dr. Vishal Talwar, sir, please. Dr. Partha Chatterjee, please. Harshvardhan, sir, please. Okay. Dr. Partha, sir, please. Dr. Ravi Kumar Jain, sir, please. Professor Dr. Amin, sir, please. I extend my gratitude and thanks to all the speakers for sharing their valuable time from their busy schedule and making the session an informative and valuable session. I extend my sincere thanks to all the people present here in the auditorium. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Request for a group photograph. Shyami?